والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of the second Saudi Maritime Congress. Yesterday was a day of discussion, innovation, knowledge, sharing and networking, and today promises to be equally as interesting. Today we will be discussing several key topics, including the development of the highly qualified Saudi workforce on the offshore sector. We start today with shipbuilding, fleet expansion, and diversification, with input from Bahrain, Al-Balagha Group, International Maritime Industries, and Oil Register. To tell us more about the session and our panelists, please welcome Mr. Tifon of Oceanic Middle East Chief Executive, Mr. Marcus Mason.
It's a great pleasure to be here. Appreciate all of you turning up for the first session of the day, and I think we are well served with the panel who will provide significant insight into the very rapid developments in the Saudi business of the kingdom, both shipping, deep sea, but also from the point of view of the shipbuilding and ship repair initiative that's taking forward. So I'd like to introduce the panel. We have Engineer Abdullah Al-Baiti, the Chief Executive of Bahrain, Julian Cantor, the Business Development Manager for IMI, the new entity which is developing the yard in Ras Al Khaimah. We have Faraz Al-Bawi, the Chief Executive of Al-Balagha Group, and Tony Field, the Oil Register. So we have industry participants from a variety. I refer today to the panel members. So firstly, I'd like to ask Julian to take the lectern as he is to provide us with a short video, short film, and also a slide presentation about IMI. So Julian, over to you.
Thanks, Marcus. Thank you. Through the video on.
An extraordinary project is unfolding, one which will change the maritime industry's landscape for decades to come. Bridging the gap between customer and supplier, major maritime operators Saudi Aramco and Bahrain, and expert manufacturers Lamprell and Hyundai Heavy Industries share one goal: a world-class maritime yard capitalizing on geographic advantage and strategic opportunity to build, overhaul, and maintain ships and offshore rigs on an epic scale. Cost-efficient processes and an integrated supply chain will be at the core of this best-in-class mega facility, a regional hub for a growing industry. With the world's largest ship lift, the longest quayside, and the region's largest dry dock, covering over 11 million square meters, it's unique in size and integration. The latest robotic technologies, a comprehensive local supply chain, and industry best practices will ensure operators enjoy a leading competitive edge through low manufacturing and asset lifecycle costs, delivered to an exceptionally high standard in minimum time. Aligned with the Kingdom's Vision 2030, IMI will benefit the region, the stakeholders, and an expansive customer base. International Maritime Industries, the power of partnership for maritime success.
Great. So, presentation? Okay, great. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming along. I've been told to try and keep this as short as possible so as not to eat into the Q&A session, so I will be true to my word and try and move through the slides as quickly as possible. If you do have questions, obviously we're here, but I have brought a team from IMI with me, and we are sharing a bit of the stand that Bari has out there in the event, so please feel free to ask any questions if I've missed anything. So today, what I want to try and do is keep it quite efficient, give you an overview of IMI, talk you through the different zones, and summarize what we feel are some of our capabilities and advantages in IMI, and then lastly, explain what we feel, or how we feel we're adding value to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So, as the video says, 4 industry leaders have come together to form IMI. This was a journey that started about 4 years ago, led by Saudi Aramco, who own 50.1% of this joint venture, got together with Lamprell, who are a 20% shareholder and one of the biggest rig builders in the region, Hyundai, the world's largest shipbuilder, and Bari, the world's largest owner of VLCCs, who own 19.9% of IMI. We're the anchor facility within the King Salman complex. The complex was inaugurated by the King late in 2017, and IMI is the anchor facility. About 5 million square meters of shipyard within the complex, which is about 12 million square meters. So it's a massive area. The complex is not only there to house IMI, but also house other joint ventures and supply chain companies to support this industry. Many of you probably know the geography of Saudi Arabia probably better than I do. For those that don't, Ras Al Khair is about 2 hours up the east coast of Saudi Arabia, 2 hours up the east coast north of sort of Dammam Airport. I'm sure many of you have flown in and out of Dammam Airport before, and about 1 hour north of Jubail. There's not a huge amount there, but there is Ras Al Khair port, and there is also a big aluminium smelting plant run by a company called Ma'aden, who I'm sure many of you have heard of. The idea is that the King Salman complex, which you see there as the blue boxes, is supported by an ecosystem. The idea is that we build an ecosystem around the shipyard to support the shipyard. That ecosystem will involve training centres, supply chain companies. Obviously, there is already a port there. As the video says, we are very much aligned to the 2030 vision. IMI is being set up to support the 2030 vision by creating jobs, improving exports, improving local content. We're very lucky as a company. Some of you may or may not be aware, but we are blessed to have offtake. We have very supportive partners in Bari who have given us offtake of 52 vessels to build. We also have a company called Arrow, who are a joint venture between Rowan Drilling and Aramco, and we have 20 rigs to build for Arrow. Both of those offtakes are over a 10-year period from when the yard is actually open. The opportunity we have, because of the offtake, is to develop capabilities, is to manage that customer base over a long-term period and improve life cycle costs. We also have the opportunity to attract supply chain to the kingdom, supply chain that may not have come if we didn't have this guaranteed workload. So I just want to talk through the actual facility itself. So it's broken down into 4 zones. The first zone is Zone D, which you can see there in the blue box, and the annual capacity for rig building is 6 rigs. 6 rigs we can build at any one time, and we can deliver 4 a year. The biggest zone is Zone C. We have the capacity to build 18 large vessels in this zone every single year, 3 of which of those will be VLCCs. I call this one the baby zone. It's still pretty big, has the capacity to do 25 OSVs every single year. And arguably the busiest zone, the one that will have the most traffic, over 250 MRO projects, is Zone A. 137 vessels, over 100 OSVs, and hopefully, inshallah, we get 12 to 15 rigs every year. So just a bit of a close-up. If we look at Zone A, you can see this is Zone A. There's 2 dry docks. The longest dry dock in this shipyard is 490 metres long. As we move through into Zone B, you have the new build OSVs. You can see in the bottom left of the screen as you look at it, you've got the ship lift there, which is over 30,000 ton ship lift, making it the biggest ship lift in the world. And we could do 25 OSVs in this zone. Zone C is the shipbuilding zone, the biggest facility. Here we have the biggest combined overhead tandem Goliath crane lift in the world of over 2,000 tons. And we will be adopting very much a conveyor belt production methodology in this zone, very much aligned to the type of production methodology you see in shipyards in Asia, for example, Hyundai. So steel will come in off the quayside as you look at the screen in the top left and go through the hull shop, the flat block shop, into the piping and painting, into the actual dry dock here, and then out for commissioning and delivery. And then the last zone is Zone D, which is the new build rigs. Here you can see we have 6 pads, here, and around there. You'll notice in Zone D there is actually there's no dry dock. The idea is that we build the blocks in Zone C, transport those blocks into Zone D, construct the rigs on the pads, load them out over to the quayside, build the rigs, commission them, and hand them over to the client. Around the actual shipyard, the shipyard will be supported by lots of support facilities, offices. We'll have living areas, recreational areas, because obviously Ras Al Khaimah is fairly remote, so it's important that we build that ecosystem around the actual shipyard. So just to summarize, this facility obviously is huge. I think to give you an idea of how big it is, to walk around the actual shipyard is about 12 kilometres. The quayside totals 9 kilometres. It's 5 million square metres. And we have partners with 80 years of experience. So we want to incorporate the lessons learned from our partners to build a truly world-class and technologically advanced shipyard. We predict to be 15% more efficient due to the use of automation, modern technology. Obviously, I've talked about the size of the Goliath cranes, which we think will increase production. We want to make sure that we have an on-site supply chain, so supply chain is accessible. We have a load-out barge, and we want to obviously embrace technology with things like automation and robotics. In terms of value to the kingdom, it's about building a sustainable industry. And in order to do that, it's not just about building a shipyard. It's about focusing on areas like training. So we've built a maritime academy. We're building a maritime academy. It's not just about building a shipyard. It's about building a supply chain to support the building of ships and rigs. So we have a supply chain cluster. We want to make sure that we embrace our relationship with Bahri, who are the national shipping company of Saudi Arabia, and offer financial services. So as you can see, there is, let's say, 6 strategic cornerstones to building this industry. It's not just about building a shipyard. We're very lucky to have support from a supervisory committee. The supervisory committee is made up of government and non-government bodies who have been put together to try and make sure that this industry is sustainable. We all know that there's bottlenecks within the industry at the moment. It's difficult to perhaps import and export. It's difficult to find the talent that might exist within Saudi Arabia. To say that the industry doesn't exist is wrong. It does exist. And there's pioneers such as the Al Balaga Group and Zamel, who have been at the forefront of this industry for many years and struggling to try and make it happen. What we want to do is partner with these companies, partner with the Supervisory Committee to try and unblock the bottlenecks that exist in Saudi Arabia. So we communicate with the Supervisory Committee on a monthly basis to make this happen. All in all, by 2030, we plan to create 80,000 local jobs, both indirect and direct, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Our import substitution will be $12 billion US, and the impact on Saudi Arabia's GDP by 2030 will be $17 billion. Thank you very much. I think I've gone over time a little bit there, but hopefully that gives you a flavour of IMI. Thank you very much.
Julian, thank you. Well, it's certainly an impressive project. It's helpful to have that summary. And I'm reminded a little of President Kennedy's speech at the launch of the Apollo program in 1962, where he said, "We choose to go to the moon not because it is easy, we choose to go because it is hard." And there's an element of similarity, but we do know that in that mission they met their targets. So in 1969, the men were there. So, Mr. Abdullah, I wonder, however, a feature of the shipping and the shipbuilding market has been overcapacity in recent years, and our own analysts have told me that the return on equity of listed shipyards over the last 5 years has been around minus 19%. So in that context, why, as a shareholder, why now?
Yeah, thank you, Marcus, for this question. First of all, Bahri, when they decided to be part of this mega project, I mean, the main reason was for the local content. And I would like to go back to the offer capacity you mentioned. Actually, the cyclicality of this sector applies also to the shipbuilding, because when you have, the rates is high, and we have seen rates of, something like plus $100,000 per day for VLCC 3 years ago. And then there was a lot of orders for the ship yards to build more ships. But when the rates get down, there will be no more orders as we have seen 3 or 4 years ago. So this cyclicality makes, the shipyards is not as stable as they to be. And the cost of ship, if we take VLCC for example, it ranges between $80 to $105 million, which makes it, some kind of volatile market. To localize this market, first of all, we will stabilize it somehow. This one thing. The second thing is that we would like to select the most important type of ships that to be built. Because if you go to normal shipyards, they will be just building anything, any type, anything. We would like to be specialized. I'm wearing the hat of IMI. I'm sitting in the board there. So we are specialized, and we would like to make sure that we will be doing the things that it's not anybody can do. VLCC shipyards is very limited worldwide. It's not everybody will be capable of building that. And we are specialized in this to make sure that we will be building something like really, really specialized. This is the first part of the issue. The second, which is very important, we would like to have our own design, our own ideas, our things. The last VLCC we built with Hyundai in Korea, it has a lot of touches from Bahri, because we participated in the design of these 10 ships, so they are unique and they are very, very special when it comes to the heating of the crude oil, the type of pipes that are being used, the type of pumps, the loading and unloading. It has a lot of specialties coming from Bahri itself and our requirements. We would like to move this technology. We would like to transfer the technology to Saudi Arabia, and we would like to have our own design, which is, of course, in a very short period of time, we will be able to export it to the worldwide. Thank you.
Okay, that point's well made, and I think certainly the importance of the shareholders as customers of the yard is very clear. But is it also the intention to appeal to international owners and for building as well as repair? We'll perhaps come on to repair in a moment. But is that something which is part of the plan?
It is at the beginning. Yeah, well, of course. I mean, this is why we have Honda in place. I mean, for the ship part of the IMI. And definitely we will be having, this technical transfer from the shareholders.
And in terms of the infrastructure that you need in order to deliver vessels to quality and on time, some of the partnerships with international companies were mentioned, but how does it work with the existing infrastructure which is here in Saudi Arabia? And I have in mind particularly with Faris Al-Bawi on the panel. From the point of view of IMI, interesting to see how that looks, and then we'll ask the same question to Engineer Faris.
Can you take the... Yeah. Are you asking me or Julian?
I'm asking you first, and I want to see if his answer is the same.
Definitely, it's not. There is no conflict, of course, because IMI will be, as I told you, really specialized in certain type of ships, which is currently it's not in the area. I mean, especially the VLCCs, especially the MRs, and I mean the big size of ships, Panamax, and so on. So this is something like, as I told you, it's a very specialized ships, and at the time being, it's not being done in the area. And IMI will be the first place to be built.
And so, Faris, from your perspective, you woke up one morning, opened the paper, and saw an announcement that an enormous shipyard was about to be built in your back garden. Was that good news?
No. Do you want to take it first, Julia? So, I think if you talk about, do you want me to talk about a little bit about the history of ship repair, or we're gonna get to that later?
By all means, take us through from your perspective.
I think what we can add, obviously, is we've been working on actually on the industry, not from a, let's say, a theoretical point of view, for 12 years now. Our background, we have been ship owners for 25 years, and we got into that industry, I wouldn't say by coincidence, but we were really surprised 10 years ago about the state of the yards in Saudi Arabia. First of all, there are a few. So we operated in Jeddah, and then we operated in Dammam. So we know what's happening on both coasts. And I tell you, frankly speaking, it is not something to be proud of, especially in a country like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where I think a lot of sectors have advanced a lot, but this sector specifically, for some reason or the other, was not really focused on. So in the past 10 years, we've worked a lot on trying to improve this, especially in the ship repair, the dry docks, the infrastructure, the people, the management. But I say still, yes, there is a lot of room to go. So if you're, and we can talk about what are the obstacles maybe later, but I would say we didn't, the actual announcement was, yes, it came as a surprise, and we didn't know as a private sector, but we are a few. At the end of the day, I think we're only 2 serious companies and only 1 company that has dry docks, which is us. So we needed to have a dialogue. Obviously, we jumped to Aramco before Julian was there. And we said, what's going on? And I think one of the pillars of Vision 2030 is for these, and by the way, you can have the same argument about some of PIF projects, right? There is an ongoing private sector dialogue with PIF, that PIF's role is not to, it's to nurture Saudi companies and support them, not to go and compete. There are some industries which I think IMI, and I have a good relationship with their CEO, and we have an agreement, by the way, we can talk about as well, we'll come into. But the point is, there are some industries that offer a very low, especially the infrastructure part. a very low return profile, which is not for the private sector, and it's more for semi-government. For example, the infrastructure of Ras Al Khair, it's a very low return, and it needs to be built by Aramco or the government, and then the private sector will come. So after understanding and after a bit of dialogue, the short answer is yes, we think there is an opportunity if there is dialogue throughout the process, and we think we can complement each other because we are focused on a certain part, more on the OSV. We do the repair, and we've done it for a long term. And I think if the guys in IMI, and this is what's currently happening, want to know and learn what were the obstacles, because we are the first, we know firsthand what are the issues and the problems that we are facing in Saudi Arabia, not from a theoretical point of view, but from operating in the field for 12 years. So that's our added value, and I think, yes, there is room, a large room for collaboration, which we already did, because IMI is going to operate from our yard. I think within a couple of months we have a master service agreement, and there are serious also talks that we will have a role in King Salman as well.
Yeah. And if I can just add to that as well, I think, you know, it's been a very clear direction from the board, from our CEO, that you know, we have to basically collaborate with as many stakeholders in the Saudi Arabian maritime industry as possible. You know, there isn't massively deep pockets within that industry. So there's no point us competing against each other. We're weaker for that. It's more, we're much stronger if we can actually collaborate with each other and complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. So I think the idea of signing a master services agreement with Faris and his team in Al Balaga Group was to give us some early capabilities to allow us to understand what problems actually exist within the manufacturing industry in Saudi Arabia. And through the supervisory committee, we can start to work with the government and non-government agencies to try and unblock some of those bottlenecks. So we, you know, again, it's a very positive step, and I think one thing I wanted to stress today is that, you know, the strategy for us moving forward is one of collaboration. You know, a lot of the shipyards, a lot of the companies would look at us and say, well, you know, these guys are massive, they're going to just put everyone out of business. It's not like that at all. We want to take business that is going outside of Saudi Arabia to other countries in the GCC, to Europe, to Asia, and put Saudi Arabia back on the manufacturing map in the world. So using the lessons learned from companies like the Al Balaga Group, who have been at the forefront of this development, is essential for us. Okay. We have to do it.
Well, I mean, I think that's a point well made, and I suppose if we were having the same Q&A session in Dubai and centering upon whether or not the local industry thought having the dry dock there was a good thing or a bad thing, the answer would be, of course it's a good thing. It's acted as a magnet for upwards of 5,000 companies who are all in the subcontract chain to support the activities of the dry dock. So I think it's a sustainable argument and a good one. Just, Tony, in terms of the development of the infrastructure, you from a class society perspective and your colleagues are responsible for setting the quality to which shipbuilding, ship repair and oil service sector installations are built. Do you see particular challenges in that in the context of a new yard? Is it an advantage that there's no legacy? Is it an advantage that they can structure the manufacturing process using latest technology? Do you see that works in the favor of the yard?
I think that you've kind of answered it yourself. There are challenges, obviously, as Julian has said, to get the people here. But the companies that will come in here, we hope that there are some new companies as well that are growing, you know, new businesses. But a lot of them at the start will be existing businesses, so they will have the quality, the quality products and all the quality systems to build the components and everything that is needed. Yeah, the other benefit, of course, will be if they're building a new a new asset or something there, then they can use the latest technology. So hopefully they will be more cost effective than some other places. I think a challenge that Julian's made is making sure there is the right framework for these people to be able to come in, and the bottom line is got to be profitable for them. But as soon as they see that, I think they see that there is commitment for this yard, and it is going to happen. So it's not as if it's going to go away. So I think there's they understand it's fully committed, and to get them in to invest. But a lot of the companies coming in will be existing companies which everybody deals with already, so they will bring that knowledge in with them, which will be great as well, because that again, in the long run, can bring knowledge transfer into the country.
Yep. And just turning away a little from the specifics of the yard and looking at Bahri itself. Bahri it is a listed company here in Saudi Arabia, and a national champion. It has a different model to most listed shipping companies because it covers a multitude of sectors, starting in crude through products, the dry side of the company. Do you see that, and now obviously shipbuilding and ship repair, do you see that is, Mr. Abdullah, in a way part of the purpose of Bahri, to lead the industry and encourage other ship owners? We've established that it's a cooperative, a happy cooperation with existing infrastructure for yards. But do you see the same effect on the ownership side within the kingdom, where Bahri has the largest fleet, but beneath it a private sector can develop because it's opened the doors to the opportunity?
No, I think, first of all, I'll go back into the diversity. It is very important for Bahri to diversify, to minimize, the cyclicality issue. This is, one side of it. Second, where Bahri is concentrated is something like, with an entry barrier. It is a huge capital that nobody else will be able to do. So that will remain within companies with the size of Bahri. We are now the largest in FLCC. We are moving now big time into products. Products, and there is a reason, which as I will mention in a minute, for that. And of course, we're in the chemical. Saudi Arabia, one of the largest exporters for chemical, so logically we will be the largest shippers of chemical, and we are expanding in that big time. And one day you will see Bahri, the largest chemical shipper as well. And for the product, we are following Aramco. Aramco now they get a plan. It's not really mentioned, but you can see from then various announcement done by Aramco recently. They will minimize the export of crude into exporting products.
Yeah.
Not necessarily from Saudi Arabia, but Aramco now they own refineries in United States, Korea, Malaysia, and recently the one announced in Pakistan. So that will make Aramco also one of the largest seller of the petrochemical of the products, the petrol products, CBBs. And that will make us following Aramco. Nowadays, we are working close, hand by hand with Aramco to be one of the largest also ship owners of the CBB ships. When it comes to smaller things, the things that can be done by smaller parties, we are not there. If you see our size, we don't have handy ships, for instance.
No,
we have in our dry bulk, we have Supermax, Panamax, and that's the limits that we have. We don't go to a lower side. If somebody asks us to ship, something we're using a handy ship, we just apologize because we are not in this business.
Yeah.
When it comes to crude oil, we have only VLCCs. We don't have a smaller than that. VLCC carries 2.2 billion barrel.
Yeah.
So that's where we classified ourselves. So we are not in competition with the smaller people, player. Secondly, we are encouraging for that. I mean, we would like to have it, so it will help us. I mean, if for instance, now what we are planning, for instance, in the dry bulk, we will be bringing goods from from North America, South America to Saudi Arabia, and we would like to build a hub where we will bring it using, these big ships, and then will be distributed into the Middle East and Africa in a smaller one, not necessarily by Bahri, but by small players.
Yeah.
So that's the strategy that we have.
Yeah. Yeah.
And back to Aramco. Aramco, for sure, one day you will see Aramco minimizing the crude oil big time, because there is an added value with the products, and what we have seen, the value of products is much more than the crude itself.
Yes, so that's certainly the case. And I mean, in terms of that strategy, I mean, do you see it moving into the offshore sector, or is that really Aramco's footprint?
No, I think it's Aramco footprint for so many reasons. Technicalities, security, and so many aspects, and it has a lot of its own issues. Yeah. So I think it will remain Aramco footprint, yes.
Yeah, okay. We're moving on. We haven't invited any comment or queries from the floor yet. We can keep going up here, but if there are questions amongst the audience that can be addressed by panel members, by all means indicate, and I suspect there'll be microphones available for those who wish to ask them. So I'll keep an eye open for anyone who puts their hand up. But just keeping going with the panel, we've talked about what the plan is, we've talked about the context, and then the outlook for shipbuilding around the region, and for the level of activity which will be supported by the new yard. There are various projections as to the spend of the national oil companies and the international oil companies, and generally from anything I've seen, it's clear that there's been a trough of expenditure in 2013, 2014, following the oil price reduction. Now, is part of the bet, if you like, of the new yard that spend by the oil companies will materially increase over the coming 5 years? I mean, do you have your own projections for how much Aramco will spend, how much the industry itself from outside the national oil or the international oil companies will spend? And will that determine the pace of development of the yard? I don't know whether, Julian, you have some stats on that.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's been a pretty depressed market. 13, 14, 15, the oil price, everyone knows, has been low. I think that does have a knock-on effect into manufacturing of rigs and ships. And we've seen, the market's been extremely tough. A lot of shipyards around the world have shut. There might have been 600 to 700 shipyards back in 2014 and 15, and now there's probably 250, 300. So the strongest shipyards that have embraced technology, that are the most efficient, have survived. I think now the oil price is gone up. It has a ripple effect on the industry, so you tend to find that there's a bit more confidence in the market. If I look a bit closer to home in Saudi Arabia, we're very lucky to have partners in Bahri and Aramco. Aramco's rig fleet is due to expand. So I think at the moment Aramco's jack-up rig fleet is probably somewhere close to 50. With the offtake agreement through Arrow over the next 10 years, that rig fleet will probably grow to 70 or 75. So that gives us more access to new build work, it gives us more access to refurbishment work. Aramco have something like 350 OSVs that are operating. And again, I'm not saying that it's a given we'll get that work, because those OSVs are largely operated by independent contractors. But there is at least access to some market along with companies like the Al Balaga Group and Zamel. And it's about saying to those OSV operators, look, you don't need to go to Dubai anymore, you don't need to go to Asia, why don't you come into Saudi Arabia? I think by 2023, over 4,000 vessels will pass through Saudi waters. So there is an accessible market on our doorstep.
Yeah.
I think if you take into consideration the lack of shipyards around the world, the increase in the oil price, what effect that has on confidence in manufacturing and the building of rigs and the growing of fleets and utilization rates, arguably IMI is in the right place at the right time to grab that market. So I see it as an opportunity. I see the timing of our introduction into the industry as being a good one. That's my feelings.
And we're not surprised you say it.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's certainly an argument that is, and there were some announcements just in the last couple of days of the increase in development spend by both ExxonMobil and Chevron, and both of them up by about 20 or 30% year on year. And that doesn't tell you where they're going to spend it, and certainly some of it will be on shale oil in the US. However, it's certainly not a reversal, which is what we've seen from, or a diminishment of spend, which is what we've seen in recent years. But then, just picking up on the point that the market is there passing by, to attract them, you have to have a competitive cost structure and a pricing structure, but also a contractual structure. And Faraz, I don't actually know the answer, but in terms of the legal agreements you enter into for repair work and for shipbuilding, I mean, Saudi law or international law govern those, and the framework in the event of a dispute, is that something which is well established locally and will be adopted by the new yard?
Whatever the client wants. So I'll give you a bit. I just want to comment on the previous point, if I may, about the timing of the industry. I think there's only one, I think, or a couple of proper shipyards right now in Saudi Arabia. So in terms of the available market, what's happening right now, and I think the trend in the last 2 and 3 years, most of I think the vast majority of the fleets that work for Saudi companies and in Saudi waters were slipping their expenditure in repair before we got on, because I think repair is a quick win. It's much quicker than building.
Yeah.
And they were spending it elsewhere in neighboring countries. It does not make sense from a logistic point of view. They lose time. There's a lot of effort. There is a lot of paperwork in actually with customs and other authorities when you get the vessel out of Saudi waters and again. So this is an available market. I think in the last also 2 and 3 years, the developments in terms of ICTIVA and the emphasis on localization, which is throughout the government. We haven't even talked about defense, which is another. Defense is very important also in shipbuilding and ship repair, and we are the premier company there as well, working with the Royal Saudi Navy and Coast Guard. But the bottom line is, this was money that was supposed to be spent here. These industries, and we have to be frank about it, these industries are supported by governments all over the world. There is sabotage laws, there is anti-competition from, so we're not inventing anything. We're just protecting our right for these vessels to be repaired and hopefully built in the country, because they were going somewhere else and they earn their revenue from Saudi Arabia. Yeah. So that's, I think, a very quick win. In terms of the legal framework, I think, look, on the shipbuilding, there needs to be a discussion about what is the governing law. Obviously, if you're repairing a ship in Saudi Arabia, it is governed by Saudi law. But if this is a point that is very important for the client, I think the fact that you can govern it by a third neutral jurisdiction is not a deal breaker for anybody, and it's something that can be talked about. And I would just emphasize that the challenge we see is mostly on the logistics side. We have talked about, but I tell you from somebody who has worked for 12 years now in the ship repair industry and owned dry docks and shipyards on both coasts of Saudi Arabia, the challenge we have is logistics and supply chain. Getting material in and out of Saudi Arabia, people, and also in and out of the port. That's where I think all of the authorities have to work together to find a solution if we want to compete as a country, not as a company, not IMI, not Balagha. But the fact is, if we want to make Saudi Arabia competitive, we have to look seriously. And you know, if you look at our airports, when people say, is it doable or not? If you come to, I don't know, Dammam or Riyadh 3 years ago, the airport, a lot of our friends here were not looking forward to the experience. I don't know how is your experience now, but I assume it's very good. You come in quickly, so it's doable. Although, you know, ships are not same as people, but the idea is, from a logistical point of view, it can be done. We operate also container terminal, and we have seen how we, from a custom point of view, we are clearing the container terminal in the containers in 2 or 3 days, where it used to take us 8 to 9 days.
Yeah.
So it is doable.
Okay, and a follow-on point, as we're talking on the legal, there's also the financial. I'm not sure that there are any financiers in the room. There's certainly none that I recognize. We ourselves have worked a little with one or two of the Saudi banks and investment institutions. But in terms of attracting third-party business, excluding Bahri or Aramco, the roles of financiers will be important. I don't know whether there are any plans or there's any nascent idea that perhaps the IMI yard, or more generally in Saudi, here in the kingdom, there could be financial support on a commercial basis for those who wish to use the yard. It's a delicate subject, because to my mind, one of the things which most damaged the prospects of the continuation of European shipbuilding back in the 1980s was that they were reliant on subsidies.
Yeah.
But on a commercial basis, it is part and part of the facilitation of the engineering process. So, Mr. Abdullah, I don't know if there's anything you can say about that.
Internationally, I don't see any issue. I mean, just recently we financed number of ships. So
Yeah.
I mean, we have 4 ships of dry bulk is underbuilt now, and the last 10 VLCCs that we just received, the last one last May, all being financed. The issue I have is that there is no strong capabilities within Saudi Arabia in financing such a huge assets.
Yeah.
This is something like what we mentioned yesterday, and we talk as one of the obstacles and one of the challenges that this industry is facing, because we are a capital-intensive industry, and when you expand into financing all your assets, then you will get into covenant within your financial statement. So that makes it a bit, challenging. So the local capabilities is not there. Probably 1 or 2 of our ships being financed locally, but the rest is in international market. In the international market, there is a lot. I mean, if you go to places like Japan, there is a lot of banks. They have a lot of money. They have the capabilities to finance this. And of course, ships are very clear, and it is straightforward business. If they trust that you will be operating this ship in a proper manner, it will help us, of course, because we have our own ship management. They make sure that we will be maintaining the ship in the best order possible. So that makes it easy for us to get finance. The only things that I will encourage, the local banks is to develop these capabilities to be able to finance such a huge investments.
Yes, I mean, certainly that's a point well made, both here and throughout the GCC, where there hasn't been a tradition of ship finance. But it will be a question that's asked of IMI by third parties who are considering placing orders, particularly for new build, because they will be aware that in Singapore and in China and Japan, those sorts of facilities are available to support the shipbuilding capacity. So it perhaps is not a subject for we can dwell on enormously today, because it's the next stage. But certainly, I would. Partly because I'm a financier, I always think finance is essential. So it's something which we would like to return to, perhaps the next year's conference. So, again, mindful of the time. Are there any questions from the floor? There are. So, Malcolm, perhaps if I can take you, we can take you first. There's a microphone coming, and then perhaps we'll come to you, sir.
Marcus, thanks. Malcolm from Cambridge Academy. It struck me as Julian was presenting that there may be a missing strand to the future of IMI, which is recycling. If I could ask maybe Tony to give a class view on what's happening in recycling at the moment, because it strikes me as an industry which really needs new ideas and new investment coming in and new players in the market. So maybe if Tony, you could comment on that in light of whether there's an opportunity for IMI in the future to expand even further.
I suppose it's a little bit interesting that they're just about to build VLCCs for 25 years and we're thinking about recycling them. But on the other point, I suppose there is an area where there could be an income stream. Julian was saying about the new rigs. Dismantling rigs is an area of concern for most oil majors. So if they can not only build the new one, but dismantle it effectively as well. But I suppose on that area, I mean, a possible selling point could be that they ensure that their vessels are, when I say environmentally friendly for recycling when they complete. And I think, as we were saying, there are proposals to make the design capability as well. So, they have a blank piece of paper to a certain extent. I'm sure they're not going to start with a blank piece of paper, the whole design of the ship. But the ethos of it, if they put that in, could be a selling point to them. And I assume, again, being a new yard, then it will be a clean yard as well. So, that is a plus point. On one of the points that was earlier about the shipyards, it's very interesting that the shipyards in the Far East, not only, as you were saying, were some of them were closing, but a lot of the bigger ones are also amalgamating. DSME, HHI, the two big Chinese ones. So, and even it's interesting that the Japanese yards now are working out that they can't be cost effective unless they partner with a Chinese yard to bring down the costs. So, yeah, I believe that the yard will have a big challenge to ensure that it's cost effective and it's selling at the right price. But there's also the advantage, I think, that there's a lot of other challenges to the other yards around the world at this time. So.
Well, it's certainly a point well made. And I mean, there's also discussion about scrubbers and sort of short-term excitements of the shipping market. Yeah. But perhaps we can just take the question from this gentleman.
Hello. Good morning. Thanks, Mr. Marcus, for your smooth panel leadership. We appreciate it. I have two questions for Engineer Abdullah Dubaykhi. and Mr. Julian. By the way, my name is Engineer Abdulaziz Al-Shehri. I am the Managing Director for Excellence Industrial Consultancy. As you know, industrial projects are related in a big manner with logistics projects. Excuse me for this. My question to Engineer Abdullah Dubehi. As you mentioned now that in Bahri, is Bahri working in the oil tanker business?
In what?
In oil tanker. What is the challenges you are facing either working on that field or not? And my question to Mr. Julian, as you know that Manchester one day was a shipbuilding hub, and most of the industry now has been shifted to the Far East. What is the lesson learned from that shift to the Far East, let alone the manpower discharge? Thank you.
Yeah, تسلم عبد العزيز. And for the oil tanker, of course, we have the VLCCs, the very large crude carriers, and we have 45 of those. And this is exclusive for mainly for Aramco. Al-Bahri Aramco deal, wherever Aramco sells from Ras Al Noura, is exclusive for Bahri. They cannot ship it with anybody else other than us. This is for the crude. But also we have another deal with Aramco. We have ATC, Aramco Trading Company. This is a subsidiary fully owned by Aramco who's selling products, refined products. And also we have a contract with ATC to carry the products out from Saudi Arabia. Again, for some kind of products that are produced by Aramco other than Saudi Arabia, like S-Oil in Korea or in the one in Malaysia, we have, and also Motiva in America. We are carrying oil out, CBBs, which is products from those refines out to around the world. So we are in this business. Crude oil, as I mentioned, we are one of the largest worldwide, but actually we are the largest now. And for the CBB, very soon we will be one of the largest carriers around the world.
Yeah. And the second part of your question.
Second part is Julian.
Oh no, I think it was lessons learned, or how we can learn lessons from the Far East. And I think a lot of people talk to me about how we're going to compete with the Far East. A lot of I go to a lot of meetings with ship owners and go to a lot of these events, and they talk about how Saudi Arabia are going to compete with the Far East. A lot of ship owners are building their hulls over in China and it's cheap. I think the important thing for IMI is to embrace, as Tony says, we have a blank sheet of paper. You know, a lot of the industry that exists in Korea and Japan and China is very mature. So to change is difficult. We have a blank sheet of paper. We have the opportunity to implement world-class technologies. We have the opportunity to learn lessons from our partners such as Hyundai. We have the opportunity to implement the production methodology in IMI that they use in Korea. We have the opportunity to build a supply chain from scratch around the shipyard, which supports the shipyard from not only a development perspective for the people, but also an infrastructure with regards to our supply chain. So supply chain will be there on site. I think the other thing that's unique about IMI is just the cross-section of products that we build, the sheer size and scale of the shipyard, and the ability to realize economies of scale. So I think, you know, the other thing that we want to try and do with IMI is make sure that we focus on quality and that we focus on supporting our client base in the long term. It's not just come in, build something cheap and release it. We want to try and build a business based on collaboration and partnership. So I think all of those factors we feel will enable us to compete against the yards in the Far East.
Okay. If I comment on
yes,
that,
please.
There is something that we have to really to mention. Sorry, Julian, I have to go back a bit of the history of the idea of IMI. The driver for Aramco for IMI was the platforms. And in the Gulf, of course, the largest number of platforms exist worldwide is in the Gulf. And Aramco is really, would like to localize this industry so that there was a big driver really to have IMI in place, so in Aramco that they can influence really the design, and they have to have their own for exploration, for production, and so on. So that's the driver for Aramco. And the driver for Al-Bahri was really, as I said, that to influence the design. And also we have seen there is a movement when it comes to ship building. The building started, the modern ships started in Europe, especially North Europe. It was in Denmark, Norway, and Finland. And then because of so many things, over regulations, environmental issues, the cost of labors, it moves to Japan. And very soon, Japan also get this similar issue with the environment and over regulations and labor, so it moves to Korea. And we don't know what. I mean, Korea now is not any more attractive place. They moved also to Vietnam. The 4 dry bulkers that we are building right now, they are built by Hyundai in Vietnam. Yeah. And they are away from Korea for 2 reasons, the over regulations and the labor cost. So we don't know what is going to land. So this is why we decided really to go and build our own, with our own vision, with our own way, so we will have our own industry. So that was the driver from the beginning for this. Because we have seen this movement, we have seen these changes, and what you pay sometimes. I mean, the last build we had, it was about 8 years ago with Japan, and we noticed that we are paying 20% of the cost just for environmental issues. For Japan to comply with the environmental issues put by the government, the Japanese government, we have to pay 20% more just to comply with this. Yeah. So we can avoid all this. We can bring our own. I mean, we have a very huge cost in Saudi Arabia. It's a much bigger. The Gulf itself is even more than Japan, the whole cost of Japan. So we will be able to have our own in open seas where we don't have legacy to build anything. It's an open things. We can start it from scratch. So that's the idea behind IMI.
Thank you. Sir, you were next, then Chris, you have a question, so please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. صباحكم الله بالخير جميعا. My name is Wael Mirza. I head public relations and client relations at the Arab shipbuilding and repair yard Asri from the Kingdom of Bahrain. We're very pleased to be here. I have a question for you, Julian. I've heard your comments on synergies and cooperation within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is fantastic and sounds very promising, really. But my question is, what are your plans for working with the major yards currently in the Arabian Gulf? Been working there for decades. What are the immediate and long-term plan for that?
Be careful what you say.
Have we not run out of time?
I think, I mean, to spare Julian's brushes, that is a very, very fair question. I'm not sure that we have clear answers. And what you could say is that it's not new that there are a miscellany of yards in any particular area. And certainly, if you take the European example over time, you ended up with from cooperation to amalgamation of yards. And because shipbuilding and the heavy engineering is about economies of scale. Now, whether or not that's there are a lot of things to get to before that is at all possible. But certainly over the years, ASRI has built up enormous expertise and has an infrastructure. And therefore, you would say it's logical for there to be partnership. And therefore, I think probably it's best if I leave it that I say that, because I have no dog in the fight. Whereas if we leave it to the gentleman on the panel, perhaps it's a little more difficult to say. Is that fair enough? I mean, is there anything to add?
I think cooperation is always open, and it's very healthy. So, especially with you, I mean, you are of course the largest and the best. So that would be, I think, it's wise to have a very strong cooperation.
Yeah. Excellent. Chris, you have a question. Chris, you don't have a microphone.
The microphone here. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay.
So, and then we'll come to you, sir. And then I don't know how we're doing for time. We're slightly over, but are we all right? Yeah, good.
I think you'll find, Marcus, mine is a less controversial question, actually, than the last one, but which was a very interesting question nonetheless. It's about procurement. The IMI project provides opportunities, massive opportunities for international suppliers. So I wondered if you could talk a little bit about the procurement process that is now unfolding, its timetable, the scale, and the kinds of opportunity for international supply. This comment in the light of the fact that we are gathered in Saudi Maritime Congress, an event which in the future could well become a fine platform for integrating the relationship between procurement and supply in the future.
Well, I think there's, part of the strategy for us to be commercially competitive and as efficient as possible is to localize as much supply chain around the actual shipyard as possible. And that's why we've identified a supply chain cluster within the King Salman complex, which we hope to attract international supply chain into the kingdom. And I think the offtake agreement we have with Bahri and with Arrow gives us a platform to attract supply chain companies into Saudi Arabia. I think we've heard reservations from supply chain companies internationally about how easy it is to access Saudi Arabia, bring a business into Saudi Arabia, and that's where we work with the Supervisory Committee. I don't know if, I'm sure many people here have heard about the potential for these special economic zones. We'd like to try and pioneer one of those zones up at the actual King Salman complex. And again, that's where I think the more international supply chain from within the industry that we can attract into Saudi, the more businesses like Al Balaga Group will benefit, Zama will benefit, some of the other businesses in Saudi will benefit. But yeah, I mean, I think the strategy that's been given to us by the board is to try and localize 70% of the supply chain by 2030, which in a fairly immature market is a real challenge. And all of those bits of the jigsaw need to come together to make sure that the supply chain do come and work with us. But the uptick of interest has been phenomenal so far. We've been very well received at all the exhibitions we've been to. We're inundated with inquiries. We have meetings from international suppliers day in, day out that want to come into Saudi. And we don't want to be as obstructive maybe as some of the other, let's say, companies that might exist in terms of how you become part of the supply chain. So we're not following the same process. We want to be more agile in bringing supply chain into IMI. We need to be rigorous for sure, but we don't need to be have so much red tape. In our industry, it's all about agility. So it's all about bringing supply chain quickly and enabling that supply chain to help us. So yeah, I mean, I think part of the strategy, as I said, is to make sure that the supply chain supports the actual manufacturing within the shipyard, and that's why we've identified big areas within the King Salman complex called the supply chain cluster. And over time, I think I'd like to see this event, growing and growing and growing, and like other events around the world in the maritime industry, there's a lot of supply chain companies that are here. So.
Okay, thank you. The gentleman who's been waiting patiently, I'm sorry to keep you...
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. My question is to Engineer Abdullah Behi. You've mentioned earlier on about Bahri's plan to bring dry bulks from North America and South America into the region and turn the country into a hub for transshipment into Middle East or probably the MENA region. And we've recently heard about the Saudi Industrial Development Fund opening the platform to funding logistical or supply chain projects. And what are you doing? What are your plans into bringing the local market up to speed into becoming aligned with this initiative of yours? Like, I don't think that we have enough local players, like medium-sized and small-sized companies, that can support your plan for turning this region into a logistical hub.
Thank you. شكرا على السؤال الجميل. First of all, we would like to build the platform, and we are discussing with a number of major players when it comes to, especially we'll take the grain side. First of all, I mean, dry bulk is not just the grain, but there is so many products. But let us concentrate on the grain. We are talking to a number of grain traders worldwide. One of the big five, A, B, C, D plus G. And we cannot announce now who is who that we are discussing with. Both we are a listed company, but we will announce it in the right time. And then we will build a hub within Saudi Arabia, as per the vision of Saudi Arabia 2030, where Saudi Arabia need to be a logistic hub. Beside that, we would like to utilize the strategic of Red Sea, being located between the three continents. And with that, when we create the hubs, I think we will be able to encourage small players to come and participate in that. But the idea, very simple, is to bring quantities of dry bulk, per se grains, and then we will have it stored in Saudi Arabia, and this will help also in the food security as well. And then it will be distributed among surrounding countries, especially within Africa, in smaller quantities. So that's a very simple idea. It's a very simple idea, but requires a lot of effort, a lot of money, a lot of engineering. But we started already, and we will be doing that. And of course, I mean, our partner in this, I have to mention this, is Mawani. I mean, slightly we mentioned this yesterday, but Mawani is our major partner in that. Thank you.
I think we maybe have time for one more question. Gentleman here in the second row. Thank you.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ingo Roger from Pereira from Mutual Marine Services Al Mushtaraka. It was very interesting for me to attend this lesson and the lessons we had yesterday here. And I learned a lot about growth from Bari, of course, growth of the fleet of the company as such. And today as well, I learned a lot about growth from IMI. So actually, I have a question to Engineer Abdullah, to you, and to Julian. So how you intend to manage the growth in the light of the present Saudization program? So where you want to get the labor force from to weld your vessels? I mean, I know it's done by machines and computers, but you need to have some huge labor forces to manage your growth program, both on the fleet side and on the shipbuilding side. Thank you.
For me, I think it's going to be the most difficult part of the project. But still there is some, I mean, first of all, when you have the proper training for people, before you have proper, because when you have a proper selection of people, and being in the Eastern Province, that's much easy because Aramco got a very good experience in that. And most of the people working in Aramco rigs are Saudis, by the way. And most of the people in the exploration, they are who going to in the offshores and in the desert and the inshore, mostly Saudis. And some of the areas, it is already 100% Saudized. So, and Aramco achieved this by 3 or 4 things. One is the careful selection of people. So you select people who get, the enthusiasm and willingness to work and so on. Second is the proper training. This is very important. Third is the development. You have to develop people and find, a clear career path for them, to maintain them and to encourage them to remain with you. Fourth is a good compensation. So that's what Aramco did to maintain people and to get them. You will see a labor in Aramco when he is 60 years old, he will retire with a very good house, with a very nice things. You cannot, have, it's not anymore the 600 riyals labor will work. I mean, you have to do really something like significant in order to encourage people to do. And the champion of this is just sitting in front of you, Tahir al-Dabbagh, and he is the one who's taking care of this, and he is responsible now to copy Aramco model and work it in the right way. I wish Tahir all the best in this. Yeah. Julian, if you want to comment.
Yeah. No, I think I echo those sentiments. I think what you've got to remember with Aramco is that they've done this for 80 years. You know, they've in Saudi Arabia, they've pioneered traineeships and development plans for their staff. IMI, we're entering into a fairly, let's say, immature market. So you don't have a huge talent pool of local manufacturing Saudi Arabians that can come into IMI, and I think Al Balaga and some of the companies that we're collaborating with will say that there is a struggle for talent, especially local talent. So I think it's about building an infrastructure that will support the industry in the long term. And you've got to start off by looking at, building. At the moment, we've built an academy called the National Maritime Academy, which I think Taha will probably talk about a bit more in the next session. But we hired 700 high school leavers last March, and they started their apprenticeship schemes. And so far, the feedback we've had is excellent. The next 600 will start this year, and then 1,000 next year. And what we want to try and do is build the capabilities in Kingdom on solid foundations, because it's naive of us to think there is just a pool of talent sitting there that can come and work in our shipyard. The National Maritime Academy will service the industry in general. So in answer to your question about port logistics and ship operations, the National Maritime Academy will service companies like Bari, some of the other operators, some of the other shipyards. So we can build this talent pool from the ground up. Then it's about engaging with the colleges and the universities to try and develop engineering qualifications in the marine sector. So it's about building this long-term platform foundation. And in the meantime, in order to bring capabilities into the kingdom, we're obviously going to need to go outside of Saudi and bring expatriate workforce from the industry, but we'll use those professionals as knowledge sharers. So as we're bringing the Saudis into our industry, the knowledge sharing can come from the expats. And over the next 10 to 12 years, the target for IMI is to be 70% Saudiization. So 70% of the workforce in our facility will be Saudi Arabian nationals. But we're not saying from the day we open we're going to be 100% Saudiization, because it's not realistic. What's more realistic is building a sustainable platform for training and development, and over a period of time using the expatriate workforce to share knowledge, and then we build a foundation of Saudi workforce on solid foundations, not just for IMI, but also for the Al Balaga Group and some of the other operators and the port logistics. So that's the strategy. And Tahir, I'm sure, will tell you a bit more, because I think the next session is talking about human capital development and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I won't steal too much more of his limelight there.
Okay, well, I think then we probably are out of time, as the gentleman, our colleague, is hovering. So it remains for me to thank the panel very much for their contributions. I've enjoyed the session, and it has been very informative. I also thank the audience for asking questions, paying attention, and thank Seatrade and indeed the sponsors for allowing or for facilitating the conference, which is, to my mind, an excellent initiative. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you to our great panelists and Marcus. Some great discussions and debate there. So let's continue the discussion over coffee in the delegates' coffee and networking area and the exhibition halls. We will take 30 minutes, then come back to this room for the next session on the creating industry expertise and highly qualified Saudi workforce. Thank you again. We shall be back at 10:45. Thank you. of industry expertise and highly qualified Saudi workforce. We'll be hearing from Bahri International Maritime Industries and King Abdulaziz University. So to tell us more about the panelists and the session, please welcome Cambridge Academy of Transport Director, Mr. Malcolm Willing-Gale. So, Mr. Malcolm.
Thank you very much indeed. And welcome to session 5. We finished session 4 by talking about people, which is our main focus of this session going forward. We're starting a bit late, but I understand we can finish a bit late, maybe about 12:15. People are arguably the most important ingredient in the shipping industry. There's a lot of talk about technology, for example, but I cannot foresee a time when we can do without highly talented people. As far as who I am, I've been in the industry over 40 years. I've seen a lot of change in the industry, and I think it's true to say that today's industry is facing more change and challenge than perhaps at any time in modern history. I'll be moderating this session. My aim is to get as much out of it as possible and make it as interactive as possible. So I'd ask you, apart from the questions that I ask, also to share your thoughts. In order of how we're going to structure things, if this is working, good. Essentially, each speaker will, two of the speakers will have a short slides to present, and then we'll open discussion as soon as we can thereafter. But to set the scene, as I've said earlier, the maritime industry is facing a lot of changes. Many of these challenges actually are opportunities, as we know, and they cover things like, we touched on yesterday, new technology. We had a very interesting session yesterday on the global sulfur cap 220, and longer term, the need to decarbonize our industry. We also need to look at things like trade wars. They bring added complexity to our industry. Our industry is not straightforward. It's a derivative of the global economy. So, but how do we address these? Well, in my simple terms, it's about maximizing the 3 C's. It's about the capacity of people, it's about the competencies of people, and it's about the capabilities of people. Those 3 C's enable us to address the 4th C, which is complexity. We need to widen and deepen our knowledge. We need to develop new skills, for example, in new technology, and we also need to look at developing leadership and leadership behaviors. We can't ignore digitization because new people coming into the industry are going to be much more digitally ready than the older generation, and we must seek to extract as much value as possible. In terms of my own personal and professional perspective on the subject, I've been involved with the Cambridge Academy, which has been providing global training across the world since about 1985. Done a lot of work in Saudi Arabia with Bahri, with Sabic, with Aramco, with Marden and others who have provided primarily younger people that are looking to learn about the industry in a fast-track way, particularly the commercial and business perspectives. What are we going to be discussing today? Well, the 4 topics in the program are what new initiatives are needed to support maritime education in the kingdom. We're going to be looking at structuring, for example. How are the major players developing their nationalization strategies, which I guess Hisham and others will talk about? What is being done to promote career development and retention? It's all very well to attract good people into the industry, but you have to work hard to retain the best talent. And how is the impact of new technology going to be addressed? There may be some other questions as well, or issues. The increasing role played by women in the Saudi workforce, which was addressed yesterday by Princess Sarah. How can we motivate and compete for talent? I don't know what it's like in Saudi Arabia attracting the best talent, but it's a competition. There is a war on talent. There are other industries looking for the best of breed people. The value of career planning, the value of coaching and mentoring. These are all things that may well crop up. And finally, the role of the government in developing the workforce. In Saudi, there has been a big involvement of the government. In the UK, we've also had increasing involvement of late. We've had things like the apprenticeship levy, and I know, Tahir, you'll be talking about apprenticeships later on. In the case of the UK, more money is going into developing young people in apprenticeships as an alternative to university, but I can be honest with you, and it's not working particularly well. So without further ado, I'd just like to introduce our first speaker. No slides here, but Hisham describes himself as a HR generalist, so you cover all the different disciplines within HR, and I'm aware that there are many. You've recently been appointed as Chief Support Officer, so my understanding is you look after all the shared services, the strategy, the policy, the recruitment in those areas, which includes things like IT, admin, procurement, HR, and corporate communications. So you've been with Bahri just over a year. Essentially, you have an HR background, and before joining Bahri, you are actually an HR director of another Saudi company, Al-Shaha Retail Academy. Without further ado, Hisham, the floor is yours. Please. Yeah, just from there. I know if you go ahead and just say a few words about recruitment and training within Bahri, perhaps, in your experience.
Well, good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like really to start with first thanking His Excellency Dr. Nabil for supporting and honoring such an event, and thank you for everybody who make this event such a successful event. I think it's very important for the industry to group expertise from all over the region and the global to share and exchange knowledge, information, challenges, and obviously human capital is a big part of those challenges. We have been, Bahri has been described over the previous session. We're a very diverse business. We do have different business units, and obviously a big part of what we do is in our ship management business unit is really the seafarers and the challenge around maritime and how can we get better on nationalization. We're quite good in advance on talking about the support function and another business unit. We are proudly 70% Saudi national in KSA, so majority of the company run with Saudi expertise. However, as has been highlighted previously and by you, the challenge is really how can we get better on the seafarers, how we can really improve and attract more Saudis. And we've been doing a couple of initiatives to support those direction. One of those initiatives is really signing an agreement with King Abdulaziz University to support a cadet training program. It has been going with our ship management team for a couple of years now. Last year we trained around 90 people from both King Abdulaziz University and Aramco as well on their cadet training program. Of course, the supply and demand is an issue. We don't have that big number coming into the market, especially when it comes to market like KSA or GCC overall. Egypt has been playing a big part on supplying also some of the seafarers on the region. But I think as we talk about challenges, opportunities comes. And I believe this is a great opportunity now to start building up on and attract and get more Saudi and perhaps even GCC national into the maritime in general. And I believe when you look at the growth of last year, it was 3.9 for KSA and around 9% for UAE, which is really quite small when you compare it to mature market like UK or Norway or other countries. So I believe there is a challenge, but challenge comes with opportunity, and I would like to talk about the opportunities and the futures as well.
Good. So presumably a name like Bahri is incredibly well known. You have a very strong brand, you have a very far reach across the whole Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Do you reach out? Do you have specific initiatives to attract new talent in the business, not just on the seafaring side, but also in the office? Do you actually have like road shows? What do you do? Are you proactive in finding new people?
Great question, thank you. I think as you mentioned earlier, it is very competitive, it is very challenging to attract the right calibers, retain them, and make sure they stay with you. That has been a big challenge. Obviously, the country has been going through a lot of transformation, and we've been competing with each other really to attract the best talent and to get the right people into the organization. We do have a couple of initiatives to address those challenges. We are actively on most of the career days that held by university, whether that's King Saud University in Riyadh or King Abdulaziz University again on the seaside, and other university, Princess Noura University in Riyadh as well. We have been actively for the last 2 years looking for also increasing women participation into support function, and we successfully increased the number by our women contribution in Saudi is around 6%. Which is quite good when you look at the shipping and the logistic industries. We do also have specific programs which helps in developing the career and give a clear career path for people. JDB is one of those programs, is a fresh graduate programs that actually we hired people freshly graduated from university, male and female. We put them in a specific training program for 9 months, and then when they graduated, they have a guaranteed job with Bahri. Yep. And in addition, we actually had run a Saifi program last year, which mainly to help increase awareness in logistic and seafarers and maritime industry, where we group students for almost a couple of weeks in the summer, and we take them through a rotation to understand the business.
A couple more quick questions before I pass on to Dahir. Are you finding that youngsters in Saudi Arabia, like in the UK and other countries, are much more digitally ready today? They're bringing new skill sets in terms of their ability to capture and manipulate data. Are you finding that?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's going on the same trend. I believe globally it's happening. And we just came across from a conference talking about the impact of technology and you know what that means, and the young generation and their engagement with the technology. Even in the maritime industry, last report I've seen there are like 80% of the seafarers are into technology. They like technology, which and it's something new for an industry that has been operating for decades. And one of those challenges actually Bahri had overcome is connectivity for the seafarers. It used to be a challenge, you know, if you're sailing for a couple of months, and I know there are a lot of expertise in this room, it's very difficult to stay away from your family and home. And connectivity was an issue. When we had, you know, actively put some internet accessibility on the ships, you know, we are attracting more people, and people like it because, you know, that doesn't keep them at least in a connection with their families and their businesses.
And maybe a final question before I pass over. Bahri has a diversified business model. It's quite unusual, and you continue to grow in new areas as well, like Bahri Data, the logistics side has been transformed. If somebody's coming into one part of Bahri today, how do you give them the sort of company-wide view? Because other companies I've been involved with similar to Bahri, it's very difficult. If somebody comes into one department or one function or one market sector, they tend to stay there and become very expert in that for their, you know, maybe for the rest of their career, and they don't know too much about what's happening in other markets, other areas. How do you overcome that, Hashim? Because I assume that you want people in Bahri at whatever level to really understand the business as a whole.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It has been a challenge, but I always look at the challenges as an opportunities, because that also gives us an opportunity to move talent between business units and to orient people on you know what we are doing in Bahri. Obviously, we have 5 actively business units, and every business unit it's a company by itself, and it has, you know, their needs of expertise and certain knowledge. Onboarding process is quite important here, and the more we get better on onboarding our people to the business, and how much we rotate them between different business units, how much we really give them an insight, that helps us and help them as well to feel that they are big part, you know, of a big company that doesn't focus only in one sector. And I see this as an advantage to Bahri, honestly, in the market. And we've seen people moving between business units, which is great. That's a great internal movement rather than losing them externally from the company. And we would like to capitalize on that and do more of it.
So these things cost additional resources and money, but in the longer term, there are significant return on investment.
Absolutely.
Good. It's good to hear that. We'll come back. Thank you for raising the seafarer question, which we'll come back to a little bit later on when we get to Hatan, who of course has a background as seafaring. But I want to move on now to Tahir Al-Dabag, who when we finished the last section, we were talking about IMI, we were talking about the recruitment challenge. So I know that's something that you want to actually pick up now. A few words about you. You've only been in the industry about 4 or 5 months.
Correct.
Must be a big challenge trying to get your head around of all the wacky things that are going on in shipping at the moment. Trust me, I've been in the industry for 40 years and I'm still learning something new every day, so stick with it. You graduated with a BSc and honours in Management of Information Systems, so your background is IT, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, Tehran. You've very well educated man, Harvard, Stanford, Kellogg and London Business School. You've also worked in the fast-moving consumer goods. You were with Unilever for a while and Microsoft. So in essence, why don't you tell us a little bit more about the people element of IMI, where you are today and going forward. Please, take the stand.
Okay,
yeah,
sure.
Please.
So I'll do the presentation. Thank you.
Could you tee the slides, please?
Sure. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. حياكم الله جميعا. It's a great honor to be in this event, and in a few minutes I will try to highlight IMI strategy toward development people and what we are doing in this domain. As you know, ship industry is really labor intensive, and really we have to plan early. The yard will be ready in 2020, but we really need to start now. We have already started in this domain, and we have actually established the National Maritime Academy. So the industry is relatively new, and we are taking a long-term approach. And from that perspective, we have established the National Maritime Academy, which is a collective effort of multiple entities. It's not only IMI. It is actually Bahri, Aramco, and collaboration with the government entity, with the Ministry of Transport and Mawani, and the HRDF, HADF, and also with the specific vocational institutes like National Industrial Training Institute in Al Hafuf and the Excellence Colleges. So just to say that the National Maritime Academy will have 2 locations, one in Al Jubail, and that will be focusing in the maritime operations, in the seafarers and sea officers, and another one in Ras Al Khair, and that one will be focusing more on the skills needed for the shipbuilding. So we have 5 disciplines. We have they put the older version of the presentation, but this is fine. I have an update. I will move with that one. We have technicians, we have electrician, and we have mechanists, and we have pipe fitters, and we have welders. And right now we have 700 apprentices studying in Al Hafuf in Niti. The plan is to have 5,000 by 2023 completed graduates. So every year we will be taking additional batches on this regard. So what they are studying, this is the breakdown of the different disciplines that we are having. Pipe fitting and welder are the top 2 right now, but we will need all of them. And there is a continuous process of evaluating the need, what are the different skills needed, and then what we are actually providing. So what we need. For the apprentices, we need 3 things, basically. We need to engage them. This is obvious. And we need to reward them, and we need to have a progress plan for them. It starts actually with the right selection, and Mr. Dibekhi have clarified this. I'm assuming that a right selection has been done, but then let's talk about the engagement, what we do to engage them. First of all, we have to let them feel they are part of the company. They are not the student and we are the executives. No, we are all together employees in the same organization. So whenever we have events, we ask them to come with us. There are different events like Activa and different events that took place in the Eastern Province, and we always make sure we call them and to participate with us. Second thing is they have to feel we are close to them. We have to visit them. They are 200 kilometers away from us, But we do visit them from time to time and, you know, sit with them, talk to them, and listen to their concerns. Very important thing is education. Education. So what they are studying is the basic foundation of welding and pipe fitting, but how this reflect into shipbuilding. So we have our own expertise, for example, from the different partners. We have Al-Bahri and we have Hyundai and Lambrel, and we go and we talk to them and we bring our subject matter experts who have been in the shipbuilding business for years and years, who have done it before, and we tell them how it looks like to build a ship, for example. This is just a picture of one of the events that took place 2 weeks ago in Al Hafuf. Now, extremely important, beside the technical knowledge, which we all agree in, is the success values and the behaviors that they need to acquire. So also we have, for example, conducted a session for them talking about these important success and behavior values. First of all, we tell them you need to believe in yourself. You are here, you are a student, you have to have the belief in yourself to move onward. Second important thing is we tell them you have to develop yourself as well. Now, development is our responsibility as a leadership, but it's also the responsibility of the apprentices. If we don't do anything, we will be doing, of course, but if we don't do anything, everybody is responsible for himself. They have to know this one, and they have to take the ownership. They will be responsible. We teach them ownership from day one. You will go in a critical mission job to do in the future. You must have this ownership values. You have to stay positive. You have to think forward. You have to aim high. We teach them from day one, quality, 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 quality. It is extremely important. We have to have the top quality in our production because we have to compete globally. That's very clear in our mind. You have to be customer focused. Mr. Adebekhi mentioned that part of the mission of IMI is being in Saudi Arabia is for the customization. So we have to listen to them, what they want, and we have to do the build accordingly. And finally, we teach them that teamwork is really important from day one. You are right now in the apprentice school. Tomorrow you will be in the yard. We are all together as one team. Now come the part of rewarding. Rewarding is based on performance. Of course, good performance need to be rewarded. That's obvious. So they are still studying. So what we do for them, we do programs like a program, we called it an IMI STAR program. And in that program, we have several criteria, and based on these criteria, we award the people. The first one is the highest achievers, those who are strong technically in their studies and they are scoring A, for examples. Second one is absentees. You know, people say the culture in the Middle East is not so prompt at the time. No, we have to change this, and we are changing it. Time is time. You have to be in your class at 8 o'clock. 8:01, the door is closed. You're absent, okay? And we give prizes as a motivation for those who does not one day come late, 1 minute. Third point is the social community, and as I said, the involvement in the different activities we have. And finally is safety. As we said, quality is important, safety is extremely important as well. With safety, for example, because they are our employees, we care about them. We have a monitoring device in their cars. If anybody drive more than 120, automatically this will be reported and he will have a penalty points. And if he accumulates, for example, 20 penalty points, sorry, you're out of it. Because if you cannot take care of your safety, of your own safety, how you'll take care of the safety of everybody when you are manufacturing the ships? So these are the different numbers of the people. In totality, we had 41 out of the 700 who qualified for our program, and they have made it. And we have then arranged for them a big ceremony and celebration, and we give everybody a gift and a certification and all of that. The last point is about progress. When we go and meet them, they tell me, you know, 2 years down the road, we are graduating. What is next? Will I be a welder the entire of my life? what's in it for me 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road? And actually, when they ask this question, I like it. Because those who ask, they care. And our duty is to put the progress pathway for them. So for example, I will go for, first of all, as a company, we need to have a very clear strategy. And that strategy of learning and development has to be linked with the overall strategy of the business. So we start with the strategy of the business, and from that one, we come up with our own learning and development strategy, which is covering talent acquisition and covering talent development and covering talent retention. So it is all integrated piece of work, and it has to be at the top mind of the chairman and of the board and of all the executive team of the company. Otherwise, it is really important. It has to happen this way to make it happen. So just an example here from the career progress is a welder. Okay, so these are young people, 20, 21 years, they graduate as a welder. What's in it for them? So we explain to them, this is a program for you. You go from welder 1, welder 2, all the way till you become a foreman, for example, over the number of years. So that's extremely important part that we are working in. And we are not there 100% to tell you the truth. Like, we are really putting all the plans and progressing as we talk. Here, I would like to introduce a friend of mine and a colleague in IMI. His name is Ahmed Al-Ibrahim. He's one of these apprentices. He's 21 years old, young, motivated, national, Saudi, who's looking forward. He's talented. He loves welding. He loves doing things. Okay, and we try to encourage him. And I will show you a video that he have made, and I took the liberty to put this video for everybody over here. Can we have the voice? Voice, please. So, this is the job work done by him. He actually, using his skills, manufactured a small cart. So this is an example of our apprentices. My final message is, today our apprentices manufactured carts, and tomorrow we will be manufacturing ships, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tahir. Brilliant. Thank you, Tahir. Perhaps I could borrow Ahmed. I've got an old Land Rover which needs a bit of work doing on it, so if you could spare him for a month or so, that would be very useful. Fascinating. I expected to see a lot of structure in the way you develop people, and it's great to see that you have a structured programs for a lot of technical people. That's not commonplace in the shipping industry. Shipping industry in the past has not done structured career path development unless you're a seafarer. Do you do anything with regard to coaching and mentoring to help them through that important apprenticeship and on their later career? Do you have coaches and mentors in place?
Well, today we just... Is it working?
Yep.
Today we just started.
Yep.
So we have all the intention to have mentorship programs, but as of today, we don't have it in that formal way. We've tried. We went there, we talked to them, and we spent time with them. But down the road, probably we will be having something around this in which maybe every group of the top talented apprentices is associated with a member of the team of IMI.
Yeah, I'd certainly encourage that, because I think pound for pound, if you look at all the way people learn, it's that coaching and mentoring that can add significant value. I know it's time consuming, but it's certainly something in my experience, having like a role model, somebody who's prepared to share their experience and look at any development issues. I don't know if, Hisham, you do coaching and mentoring within Bahri, for example. Is that something that you've looked at adding, or is something already in place?
I think the coaching is something quite new to the region in general. And what we do also, we do monitoring, and we link people to some success stories within Bahri. We have a great example how, from different business units who are made their career through, and now they are at a senior position within the business. Those are a great example for young Saudis to look up for. And I think nothing best than reality. You know, when you see examples of people who made their career through from, you know, being starting up until they reach certain level of a president or operation or a VP, that's a great example. If the company can give those examples as a life case, that's very much encouraging for young generation. And the same we have done also with when it comes to the, you know, supporting women into to support function as well. So I believe coaching is very important, and it's something we are getting better at, but also having a live example in the business that actually tells a lot for young Saudis and show them a path and a future.
Okay, that's really encouraging to hear. Before I pass on to our final presenter, perhaps a personal question. Shipping industry is quite new to you to hear. You've been in different businesses. What were the 2 or 3 things that maybe surprised you about the industry when you started your learning experience? Did you think it was an exciting industry? Do you think it was a crazy industry? Do you think it was a highly regulated industry? What were the things that really you found maybe surprising or difficult to get your head around initially?
Okay. That's a nice question. Let me tell you, why did I join? And then I'll tell you what are the surprises I got.
Please do.
I joined because of my passion to people. And when this opportunity was came and it was addressed, all the work that IMI is about creating a job and creation of new jobs for the locals. And I felt it's our part of responsibilities at this stage of life, really to take care of these young generations. Now, the challenge is, I come from fast-moving consumer good. I come from B2C market, where things it's all agile, it's all in the spot. While when you go to the oil and gas, you go to the manufacturing, it become more process and procedures. And that was a little bit new to me. I know it, but the intensity of it and how structured it is something that I struggled with a little bit at the beginning. But with time, I'm actually learning the value of it more and more.
We'll keep learning. There's a lot to learn, unfortunately.
A lot.
But I'm a great believer. Shipping, if you talk to a lot of shipping people at senior level, they think it's a very special industry. And I think shipping has been a little bit guilty of not understanding how other industries work, how problems that shipping faces have been solved by other businesses. So it's great to see people coming into the shipping industry bringing new ideas and, obviously, in your case, enthusiasm. So that's great to see.
Sure.
I'm now going to pass over to the third and final panelist, Dr. Hatan Timraz. Now, we've touched on seafaring already, and your background is very much, you learnt the industry through a seagoing role. You achieved a bachelor degree, Maritime Department, Faculty of Technology, Nottingham Trent. You then moved on to a wetter part of the UK, which is Swansea. You did your doctorate at the Maritime Law College of Swansea University as well. So you're an officer of the watch with Vela. You then moved into the banking sector, and your current position, I understand, is Dean at the Faculty of Maritime Studies, Assistant Professor of International Maritime Law, Ministry of Higher Education, the King Abdul Aziz University in Jeddah. So, Hatan, I know you've also got a few slides, so perhaps if you would take the lectern. Thank you.
Sure. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. We're very passionate about what we do in KAU and the Faculty of Maritime Studies, so whenever I get a chance to talk about it, I usually take a very long time. However, I'll try to be as quick as I can and as concise as I can, and try and present what we do in the in KU, lightly and slightly. And to begin with, King Abdulaziz University, as you might be aware, we have been the best university in the Middle East for the past 4 years running, continuous in almost all league tables, alhamdulillah, Times, GQ, and Shanghai, and all the rest. And the Faculty of Maritime Studies is the latest addition to KAU. It's only about 7 years old. We started as a department within marine sciences, and then we became an independent faculty in 2011, so that's 7 years now. Alhamdulillah, we've achieved a lot in a very short period of time, and I would like to share some of that success with you today. Of course, I was going to start with a few numbers relating to the demand for seafarers in the maritime industry, but I'm speaking to experts. I'm sure you are aware better than I do about these numbers. However, the demand, suffice to say, is very high, and the number of Saudis, national Saudis working in the maritime industry is very low, to be honest, and has a very huge room for expansion in this area, especially when considering the new projects that are coming in line, IMI, for example, but also King Abdullah Port, Jizan Port, the expansion of Bahri Fleet, the expansion of Red Sea Terminal in Jeddah, and all the exciting projects that we hope to see coming soon in line. So yesterday, the previous session, we heard about 80,000 job opportunities in IMI. When considering the rest of the industry, that shows you that it's even more, maybe closer to 100,000 job opportunities in this sector. So what do we do in the faculty? Well, we provide 4 main departments, 4 disciplines: nautical science, marine engineering, hydrographic survey, and port shipping and port management. These are the 4 disciplines that we teach in our college. They're all degree programs, 5 years for the marine engineering and the nautical science, with diplomas as well. And marine hydrographic survey, that's a 4-year program, and the port operation management, that's a 4-year program, and also 2 years diploma. And we also, alhamdulillah, this year had our first master's degree approved and started taking applications, and that is in the marine engineering department. We are looking also to expand and to provide the specialties that will serve IMI and serve the new development in the kingdom, such as a new degree in naval architecture and ship design in cooperation with Strathclyde University in Glasgow, but also BSc in logistics, and maritime safety and security, and other specialized courses as well. Of course, as you are aware, as a maritime university and a maritime faculty, training is very important, and so the university has been very kind, providing us with all the required facilities that we need, such as the survival platform, a firefighting school, in-house, on campus in Jeddah, survey vessel. Actually, we own a number of vessels. KU owns 3 vessels, training vessels. One of them is Al-Azizi that we see here as a research vessel, similar to Al-Najil that has been recently launched in Saudi Arabia. We also own 2 other vessels in the Faculty of Maritime Studies that are equipped to train hydrographic surveyors and marine engineers, and also navigators and rating in the DIC department. Also, we did not forget the latest in technology. Our new facility, which is going to be launched next month, inshallah, which is up and running and operational, includes this simulator complex that has a 270-degree full mission bridge simulator and the full mission engine room simulator, and also a multi-purpose lab that houses ICDIS, ARPA, GMDSS, in order to provide the required training for the mariners. But also, just a quick look into our future. This is our new building. If you visit Jeddah, you will see this construction site is going up. This is a huge facility that will house a simulator complex that will house 11 simulators, one of which will be a 360-degree full mission bridge simulator, which is going to be the latest, state of the art, to be honest, and also other simulators such as engine room simulators and VTS simulators. We also have a newly established Maritime Training Center, and this would be sort of our commercial arm in the college, and through that we'll be able to provide, and we actually do provide currently, compulsory courses, short courses, STCW courses, and also tailor-made courses for the industry, and CSE renewal and refreshing courses. Examination center has been set up in cooperation with the PTA, the competent maritime authority in Saudi Arabia. As an academic university, we are accredited by the NCAAA, which is the national accreditation body here in Saudi Arabia, alhamdulillah, for the past 5 years now. And also our programs are all internationally recognized. If we take a look at the hydrographic survey, we're proud to say that we are the only institution that provides Cat A certification in the Middle East, Africa, and Middle Asia as well. And also our programs through the competent maritime authority is also approved, recognized worldwide, alhamdulillah, through the IMO. As an academic university as well, we are very proud to have membership in the International Association of Maritime Universities and also Port City University League, something that has been touched upon in the past few days, that research in the maritime sector is not as what is to be desired. And through our membership, alhamdulillah, through these prestigious associations and leagues, we are able to contribute in advancing research in our field. Just to give you an example, one of the projects that we're going into recently, inshallah, through the IAMO, we'll be connecting our simulator complex with 7 other universities around the globe through high-speed internet, and we will be able to run simulations instantly that will give us access to about 40 ships simulated that will enable us to run, for example, tests on separation schemes and other traffic situations. And you can imagine the amount of data that is coming out of such a huge exercise, and that will be contributing towards that, inshallah. In the college and the faculty, we are very active in creating relationships and cooperations and working together with the industry and with the government agencies. For example, this is some of the main cooperations that we work with. The PTA, of course, Saudi Aramco. We're very proud to work with Saudi Aramco, Saudi Port Authority, Mawani, and also Bahri, our strategic partner in training. And this is one of the, alhamdulillah, latest achievements through our cooperation, very close cooperation with the PTA. This is the first group, the Saudi nationals, to receive the Saudi Certificate of Competency in, as Officer of the Watch, second officer. And the exams has concluded last Wednesday, alhamdulillah.
Fantastic.
So that's a new development. We used to do our COCs with Singapore. We still have a very good relationship with Singapore, but this was a long time and dream achieved last week, alhamdulillah. As I said, we are very proud to have a multitude of cooperation agreements with our partners, and I see most of them here in the audience, and also with the world-leading universities such as City Glasgow College and Strathclyde University, Liverpool John Moores as well, and the WMU in Sweden, to name a few. And our graduates are increasing in number and they're working, alhamdulillah, in the industry. I'm very proud to say that so far, 100% of our graduates get employed within 6 months of graduation.
Great. Okay.
And that's the faculty in a nutshell. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Clearly exciting times, lots of cooperation and lots of new development in the pipeline. But if I could just clarify, typically your students come and they are sponsored by employers. So they're funded and they have a career pathway already in place when they come to your university. Yes, is that correct?
So we have both methods or models. Most of our students come through the high school, so it's a government university. It's free education for the students. And then in the last 2 years, our partners, they come in and sponsor the students. They interview them and they choose usually the best students, and they get picked up very quickly. Currently, we have students sponsored by Aramco. We have students sponsored by Zamil, by Rawabi, by a number of companies that come in and sponsor the students.
So again, another very structured
and
approach.
then they have a career path clear in front of them. As soon as they graduate, they already have a job in place.
And again, on a personal perspective, you came from sea to shore. How did you find that transition? Was it particularly challenging to work in a very special environment and then come ashore?
Well, it is, but I'm sure, as you're aware, us seafarers are very adaptable and we can adapt to many situations, alhamdulillah. It's been very good. And to come back to a point that you mentioned with regard to retention, and it is a challenge, really. And of course, as you all know, retention is a global problem. It's not confined to Saudi Arabia. It might be a little bit more difficult here because of our culture of family life. So to attract, actually, it's not even before retention, to attract talent to come into this industry is always a challenge.
Yep.
And I think that one of the main reasons is lack of awareness. People are not aware of the good opportunities that this industry offers and provides, and the good jobs that is available to be taken. And one of the things that we do to engage the young people is to go and host open days at the college, and also go to excellent high schools and to engage students there and to present what we have, and that also brings in a lot of people. And I mean, when we first started, we started with very few number of students, and our admission is increasing year on year. 2 years ago it was 3 years ago it was 80 students admission, and then 130. Last year was 164, and we are expecting 200 next year, inshallah.
It's a good growth. Okay. Before I open the floor to general questions, one final point. Clearly in Saudi Arabia you appear to have a good linkage, integration between the world of academia and the world of business. In the UK, we're still working on that. We need to work harder, because often business looks at universities with a rather jaundiced eye. That's a big generalization. But Hisham, you have good relationships with the academic world as far as Bahri is concerned, in reaching out and building connections with them?
Yes, absolutely, and I think that the relation is key for now and going forward, because one of the challenges that we face on the market here in Saudi, and we're still finding a way to exit, is the matching between education outcome and what the market is really needed for. So we have so many people educated, not necessarily in what the market is looking for, and I think that was done with the absence of there is no relation between the market supply and demand and what really the market needs. And perhaps this is one of those challenges where we've seen hundreds of people are graduating in different degrees, but not necessarily, we are lacking of experts people. There are limited number in certain areas, and I think that relation is very important to enhance. And I think what King Abdulaziz University is doing is, in terms of relation, and what we are trying to do as well in IMI, is another great example where we will be leading, kind of, this is our demand, this is what we want, and let's go and talk to people, let's talk to students, let's talk more about maritime opportunity, and let's them consider joining maritime as early as they are in high school, rather wait when it's too late probably to do something.
Yeah, so clearly it's a two-way process.
Absolutely.
You have to actually reach out and explain what you need just don't expect the universities to understand your business.
And just to add probably to that is also the social aspects to it. There are so many people are having a perception about certain jobs. You know, working on sea is a tough job. It's not an easy job. You have to leave your family for a couple of months sometimes, and you see them only from time to time. This is another challenge that we need to address as well. We need to talk to people, and I think it's a great opportunity for those young people who are not yet committed, and we've been actively talking to people to really promote those opportunity and to talk about, you know, what can you do when it comes to the career path, and when you ended certain number of years in the sea, and then that could lead you to a position in an office, and that's a wrong perception in a lot of people's mind, and I think that's the social challenge around it, and we've seen it in other sectors as well, where people look you know, sometimes in a different ways and eyes, you know, for certain jobs, and those are not the job that we are aiming for. But we believe with the vision of 2030, the focus is really to increase national contribution and to focus on all jobs rather than, you know, being more selective to certain position or education path.
But initially making sure the young people looking at shipping come in with their eyes wide open, so
Absolutely.
they fully understand the challenges as well as the opportunities and the career pathway reaching into the future.
Absolutely.
To hear similar view on the relationship between academia and business within Saudi, do you think it's pretty well integrated?
Yeah, I second what Mr. Hisham. No. I second what Mr. Hisham said. I mean, they have to go together, and actually at early stage, we are thinking only post the high school. Maybe before high school, we need to start think how we can make the right alignment and the right integration. I think we are not there 100% yet, but in general, at a country level, we see today with the Vision 2030 more collaboration between the different government entity, and especially between the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Labor and so on and so far. Yeah. And I think it is quite improving.
It's a fabulous opportunity to have a joined-up approach, for sure. Time now to open the floor to questions. So does anybody like to lead off with a question? Please, the gentleman in the front here. Microphone at the front. If you could just state your name and company, that'd be great. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fahir Khumayis. I'm the oil spill response director in Saudi Aramco. My question is actually to the entire panel. We all know the difficulty in attracting young Saudis to join the maritime industry. And even if they join, there's an issue with the retention. However, at the same time, we have a part of the society that is eager and is very excited to conquer new fields and areas. And that's, I'm talking about the women of Saudi Arabia. Do we have any programs with you with respect to introducing the women of Saudi Arabia to the maritime industry? Because all other industries are moving towards introducing female into the field. However, I do not see this in the maritime in Saudi. So it's something that we'd like to hear from you.
Okay, if I could just comment on that first. This is not a problem unique to Saudi Arabia.
Exactly.
I do a lot of work with Clarksons, which is a big shipbroking house publicly quoted on the London Stock Exchange, and I can assure you that we still have major challenges in attracting talented females into our business. There is a stigma, there's still a lot of work to be done. So it's important this is a global problem, not a Saudi problem. But Hisham, I don't know if you want to lead off on
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think thank you, Fahad, first of all, for the question. It's great to highlight, what can we do with the women. And I think it's a new market. As we were talking about challenges, I believe there are opportunities. And the opportunity here is really to drive this. It's clearly not case, issue. If you look at UK, at the moment, maritime industries, 96% are dominated by male. And you're talking about like 4% female contribution to a maritime. And a very well mature, being there for decades. In Saudi, I think we're not yet there, but of course there is a focus on that. I mentioned earlier the JDB program, the fresh graduate program that we do. It's for both, for male and female. And we start increasing female, not necessarily into the ships or on the seaside, but at least into the support function, into other units where women can contribute. And slowly we will raise the awareness. I think it's going to take us sometimes, but the way how things are changing in Saudi Arabia, I think that's another great thing that we should be all proud of. What we see today and when we look back 5 or 6 years ago, we would not be in this position. So I think the women contribution into the work forces has been increased. A big number of hundreds of thousands of women had joined the private sector, working in different areas and in areas that we never probably dream of before. And I think that's a great opportunity to support women contribution in general. Of course, as a company, we'll continue to support that, and obviously the success rate, hopefully, we will influence in the future.
Hatan.
Yes, if I may come in on this point as well. Absolutely true. I mean, it is a global thing. The maritime industry is male-dominated, of course, but I'm happy to report, if you know, in Red Sea Gate in Jeddah, it's mostly operated by female colleagues, and also in King Abdullah Airport, 2 shifts are actually operated by ladies in the operation and the management of the container terminal. For them, we in KAU creating a new specialization course to serve that sector, especially designated for females as well. So there will be they're actually in the market, and there will be a future for them as well to grow in it.
And Tahir, I don't know if you have anything to add. You mentioned that loss of apprenticeships with technical welding jobs. I guess they're not the easiest jobs to start attracting females into at this point in time. But in the fullness of time, a more sort of proactive stance from IMI?
Today at the office, we have 20% female representation in IMI, and that's a good number for a new company. When it goes to the yard operation, I think there will be certain jobs that will have an easier entrance for them, maybe around the quality assurance, maybe around the command control, processing areas. But I think time will surprise us, I guess.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, please.
To that, I think we all know how, and we all probably have seen technology impact in workforces. Recent report shows that nearly 14% of certain jobs will be highly impacted by technology, and I think that also open an opportunity for women. Such a difficult job which you used to have in the past, now it's about operating machine and about working on a machine, and I think that's another opportunity in the future. It doesn't have to be the old tough job with big boys and muscles doing the job. It's machine now, and I think that's keep growing, and obviously the future will surprise us with a lot of technology, robots and another technology, IoT as well. It's a big subject that people are talking about, and I think that all adds up to the opportunities, and also there will be some side effect, obviously.
Okay, certainly a lot of changes. Any other questions from the floor? It's an important topic. Please, over on the left-hand side.
Assalamu alaikum, Majid Beatty again. My question to Dr. Hatan, and touching base on what Hisham just mentioned about automation and the future of autonomous shipping and all of this stuff, and you being a new university gearing up for training and development of young Saudis into the industry, how is this going to affect your future plans? And are you currently having any, let's say, cornerstones into your future plans to address this issue? Thank you.
Well, don't get me started on automation. I could speak for hours about it. I know that many people in the maritime industry doesn't see automation as going to have a huge impact, but from an education side, from an educator, actually we see a very huge impact on automation in the future. So we do future-proof our programs. For example, we have a new facility coming, inshallah. We're building a new facility. It's an engineering workshop complex. And we changed our plans in that engineering workshop complex to have dedicated areas for renewable energy. So our students will be trained in operating and maintaining systems that for renewable energy, such as hybrid systems or fuel cell systems, and we continue to develop that with the industry to see where the industry will go within the next 10 to 15 years in that regard. With regard to, for example, the operating of ships, that will we see that is going to be hugely impacted by automation in the future, and the industry is actually pushing very strongly in that direction, and there is huge investments in automation technologies in the industry, and we also started to incorporate that in our curriculums. So basically our students, what we are trying to achieve to graduate is not only practitioners, they're actually global maritime leaders, and within that leadership criteria, they need to be able to adapt and operate in the changing world and changing face of the maritime industry.
Okay. Clearly it's a big subject. We've got limited time, but thank you for asking that question. I think we've got time for one more question from the floor. Please, the middle of the back of the room.
Hi, Nasser Al-Hazzani from Zamel Offshore. I think all offshore and marine companies working in Saudi are facing similar challenges when it comes to localizing the talent for this industry. Unfortunately, a lot of efforts are being done in silos. What do you guys see as a good platform for us to all sit together and share our experiences and develop solutions for some of the challenges that are common among all of the players in this industry?
So if I understand your question correctly, you're looking for some sort of forum, some sort of platform where different companies in offshore, commercial shipping and other areas in the maritime field can actually exchange some ideas and information? Is that the question?
Yes, this is the question, because you can see certain challenges, for example, when it comes to localizing the marine industry. When, looking at simple things like what is the best offshore schedule for the Saudis. You see different companies applying different schedules, and that creates a lot of, let's say, instability in the market. You see them jumping from one company to another because one company changes, the other. So while if you look anywhere else in the world, you see many of these regulations and practices standardized, which helps stabilize the workforce.
Yeah. Okay, well, maybe a general question there. I think the question is really about some sort of industry forum in Saudi Arabia for sharing experiences and knowledge. Is there one in existence at the moment? There certainly are in the UK. We need them perhaps more than Saudi because it's a lot more about defending our business. But is there a forum at the moment that you're aware of? Was it something that Bahri maybe would be prepared to support?
Well, actually, we started something with the Public Transportation Authority. We had the minister had created a committee representing different private sector and government and also education and university. We started. It's the third meeting. I think we started addressing exactly what Nasser had mentioned in his question. What are the needs on the market at a national level rather than company trying to do their own? And I think that's a combined effort. Obviously, it's something worth doing it and continue building on it. We started this initiative with the support of the authorities and people who are involved. We have a representation from most of the private sector as well as Chamber of Commerce sitting on the same panel. We had a couple of meetings talking about different positions and how can we address it jointly as a team and as a nation as well as a Saudi overall, and perhaps also building on experience from other countries and using modeling other countries who had really proven cases and transfer those knowledge internally through training institute or through sending people abroad to get the knowledge and get it back. And I think that's definitely something we should be doing more of. And I can see that people are getting together now much more better than before. And such an event and forums, I think, helps us to talk more openly about it and really exchange, share information, which will help us, getting closer and addressing our issues. And I think that's one of those advantages we were talking, earlier to Chris about.
Okay. Just to bring things to a conclusion, if I could pose one final question to all three panelists. Let's start with Hatan at the end. What's the biggest challenge you think Saudi Arabia faces in achieving the maritime element or component of Vision to 2030? What's the one thing that would keep you awake at night?
Well, from my perspective, I would argue that a competent and well-trained, well-educated workforce is a huge challenge. You can pour as much investment as you would like, but without a strong national workforce, you won't go far enough. Yeah. And that keeps us going in KU, keeps us producing and trying to produce what we can.
Okay. To hear similar or different things?
Well, I have been working in different industries before, and what I noticed that whenever there is a relatively greenfield operation, question always come short-term versus long-term. The willingness of the industry, of the companies, to make investments and put a lot of big amount of money. We're talking millions of riyals, and wait for the gain to come 5 years down the road and 10 years down the road. Not everybody have the deep pocket for it or have the willing to do that. Fortunately, now everybody talking and collaborating together more and having a longer term perspective. And with this, we see that there is an improvement on this sector. I believe that you have to be patient. You have to sacrifice in the first initial years for the long-term gain.
Returns on investment take time. And if I can conclude with Hisham, similar things?
Probably I'm more positive, honestly, on this. I think obviously there is the challenges, but if I give you a small example, a few years ago, around 2009 or 8, retail sector, and I came back from retail, we were having no Saudi workforce on the retail sector. The sector was absolutely depending on 90% expats. And we're talking about people who are coming from all different countries who are definitely welcome to be part of this journey of change. In less than 5 years' time, things has been changed. Yep. And we've seen thousands and hundreds of thousands of Saudi, male and female, are adapting to a very difficult jobs. And I know retail probably is not the most easy and easy job, especially for ladies who have a commitment. But hundreds of thousands of women had joined, the retail sector. And today we've seen full operation with 100% women working on that place. So I think we are, as a nation, we're quite strong on adapting change. And all what it takes is really a leader and a real working on the ground. Put efforts together, and things will happen. We will overcome those challenges, and I'm confident we have a lot of success stories of young Saudi who have made fantastic efforts and really changed the game. And I believe we can do much more.
Right. Well, perhaps we can revisit those, Chris, at the next Saudi Maritime Congress. Okay. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your insight, your sharing of information. Hopefully you found the session to be of interest. I think we've made the point that of all the ingredients that are going into the success of the Vision 2030. It's the people element that's the make or break one. So thank you for your time and attention.
If I may,
One
one more thing is just a thank you note. Wearing multiple hats, and normally we forget about those people who have been working day and night to make this event successful. Those people who had behind the scene has been working in this project for a couple of months. So thank you for our team on Bahri who has been supporting this. Thank you for Sea Trade and our Al Moane team as well. Thank you for all the audience who made this event successful. I would like to close with a big thank you for everybody who was involved on this, and thank you.
Let's give ourselves a clap. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you to our panelists and Malcolm. We will be back in about 30 minutes, break for coffee and prayers, and return back here for the final session of the day, which will be dealing with the offshore marine, the road to recovery, and will be sponsored by Akzo Nobel International. We shall see you in half an hour. Thank you very much. Incorporated and Corporation Partner David Gallia.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see so many of you come back after the break. My name is David Gallia. I'm a partner at Inns & Co. Here in the Middle East. I've been based here for 5 years. And I fell into maritime by accident about 17 years ago. I was still fresh-faced, full head of hair, none of it white. How things have changed 17 years later. We have with us today Robert Desai from Topaz. He's the Chief Commercial Officer, essentially the guy in charge of bringing in the money, ultimately, who will, together with Lars Seistrup, the Managing Director of Al Bawadi Daman, be providing us with insight on the, hopefully, recovery, or the road to recovery, rather, of the OSV and offshore marine sector. We hope to be a positive session to end the Congress with shoots of good news happening after a few years of quite bad news and not great markets. We also have Julian Panter from IMI. Everyone knows Julian, he doesn't need any introduction, but VP Business Development at IMI, who will also give us a bit of an insight on the rig side. And hopefully we'll get some interaction from the audience throughout the session. So we would like this to be an interactive session, not just, well, mostly the three of them. The talking, you don't really want to hear that much from the lawyer, to be fair. So if we can get started, Robert, everyone's seen and all the press has focused very much on the offshore OSV market, saying it's been a really bad market since the oil crash. From the perspective of an owner-operator in this segment, how bad was it?
Well, I'll speak, I think, more generally about what I think the industry went through, and that can give you some context of exactly how bad it really got. Many of the household names in the industry, like those listed in New York and Oslo, which are the names that people in the industry would recognize instantly, have gone through effectively wholesale restructuring as a consequence of the downturn. That meant Chapter 11 for many of the companies. Others have been amalgamated into one large Norwegian player now due to overwhelming debt burdens. And really the triggers were twofold. A sharp drop in demand because of declining offshore activity levels and a very protracted phase of overbuilding that led to tremendous oversupply. And really the industry has been decimated over the last 3 to 5 years in a way that we haven't actually ever seen in the OSV industry globally. So it was about as bad as it possibly could have been.
And is it on the side of rates, utilization, inquiries? Did just everything fell off a cliff? Was it?
Well, I think the best way to answer that question is region by region. But of course, utilization and rates in our business are interconnected. One leads to the other, effectively. When utilization rate starts dropping, prices follow, day rates follow. And that's today we are global average about 59% utilized across the industry. We're probably a little bit better in the GCC. I'm sure we'll get into some of the reasons of why that might be. So 59% utilized globally, with peaks and valleys within that. But that tells you very clearly that there isn't going to be any recovery in day rates until utilization rates have come up and stabilized at least 80% or more.
Lars, as a shipyard focused on this sector, how did the fallout affect you? Not just your clients, obviously.
You can to some extent say that we are at the end of the food chain here. So when the ship owners, our clients are hit, we are getting hit as well, and with a very big effect, I would say. And you started saying actually how bad was it? I do not agree. How bad is it? It is still very bad. I don't believe that the market will be back for the coming 2 years, in my opinion. What we now see is that slowly the work is picking up, there's being more activity, but we have so much surplus capacity in the market that before we come back to normal day rates, we need to the industry need to absorb the surplus capacity, and a part of that surplus capacity will also have to be scrapped. I think everybody realized that all the OSVs which are laying around are not coming back into service. Sorry. But at the moment, the situation is that the ship owners simply cannot afford to scrap them because they will have to take the hit in the books the day they take them to the scrapyard. So they are still laying there, but the truth of the story is that they will never come back in the market. And whether it's 50-50 or what it is, I don't know, but it's quite a lot of them which we will never see back in the market. But at the moment, the ship owners simply can't afford to get rid of them.
Okay. And Robert, coming back to you, in terms of the automatic reaction is oil price collapses, offshore market starts to suffer. Is that the one and only trigger where there are other factors in the market that sort of you could see this coming? Or is it literally pegged to oil price stops, oil price goes down, we start to suffer?
There are interconnected issues. Could you see it coming? Well, I think there were certainly signs in 2013 and 2014 that there was a lot of new build activity. Asset prices are ballooning. Credit is given on terms that is similar to a bubble. Basically, there's cheap debt available. Everyone's financing to the hilt. Leverage levels go up. Asset prices go up. Rates are high. Everyone's sort of that. Those are the telltale signs of something's going on here. Should I be going out, or should I be doubling down and going for it? So with the benefit of hindsight, clearly that 2014, late 2013 was the time to be cautious. And those businesses that had the prescience to turn the taps off the capex and look at your debt situation at that point in time have been those that have been the survivors of the industry. Of course, there are those who are quite few and far between, and for the most part, our large global peer group came into the crisis with large order books from yards all over the world, basically now either having been cancelled, walked away from, or having been delivered through the crisis. So yeah, that speaks to the point of could you anticipate that crisis? And the other part of your question?
Is the oil collapse the only trigger, or are there more interconnected factors?
Well, the OSV market is largely serving the energy market today. Oil and gas is the vast majority of that offshore. Of course, during the crisis and somewhat before the crisis, there was a diversification happening towards renewables, for example. And for those businesses that have done reasonably well throughout 16, 17, and 18, many of those have been linked to renewables markets to be able to diversify into renewables with their surplus capacity otherwise meant for the oil and gas industry, or those that have specific market positions in fortress markets that have continued on to perform well and activity levels have been high. So that's how you can operate in that kind of difficult environment. But to the point, if the oil price is the only trigger, well, it is the genesis of everything. When the oil price drops, oil companies react in a number of ways, and offshore activity declining as a consequence of the oil price effectively impacts demand for OSVs. So it's a rather causal chain that also has to do with oil companies' mix between onshore, offshore, and the cost picture of projects and so on. And as we've seen with global IOCs, the tendency of shareholders to want to see dividend continue in spite of difficult market circumstances. And that cash that goes to pay dividend will have to come from somewhere. So CapEx programs are slimmed down and cash is then distributed upward to shareholders instead. That in turn has an impact on the replacement ratios, which is a metric that oil companies use to determine how much of their production they're going through and how much of that is being replaced by discovery of new fields. So that's something that we've seen a shift towards dividend over the last 3 years very sharply, which will then impact the future. And I think to Lars's point about recovery, while I fully agree that recovery will be slow and painful, there is a recovery to be had simply because of the larger macroeconomic dynamics pointing to a dearth of investment going in offshore capex, leading to a decline rate of fields needing to be replaced to basically satisfy growing global energy demand. That is a challenge that will come, that is starting to come now, and that is the opportunity for the offshore energy sector to come back strong, because that capex will need to go into the offshore sector again to meet demand.
Lars, if I can come to you, obviously Abu Daman, part of the Daman Group, which is a sort of global brand and a global business. Were specific regions affected as quickly as others? Was it a global collapse at one go? Was it more faster or slower in some regions than others?
It was to a very large extent a global collapse, even if it was pretty bad in the Gulf as well. I think we were the least affected to some extent. We saw just after the collapse that a lot of vessels moved in from Asia to the Gulf and gave an overflow of vessels to the Gulf more than there was already in that area. So it was in general a global collapse we saw at that point in time.
And Robert, you spoke about sort of fortress markets. Are there specific areas where there is a bit more insulation, whether because production is more insulated because cost per barrel is less or whatever?
Absolutely. There are markets that are, the eye of the storm. The North Sea, for example, there's nowhere to hide. It's an absolute bloodbath everywhere because it's a market that's closer to a perfect market, meaning demand and supply is free and you just compete on price. And then there are those markets where demand has stayed strong, and I would say GCC and Saudi Arabia are perfect examples of that. Markets that have continued to invest during the downturn. In fact, I bet demand hasn't slowed down at all in Saudi Arabia. It's just that supply of vessels have increased tremendously. I think to put some numbers to what Lars said, I think we had 350 vessels in the GCC prior to the crisis, and 100 were added from Asia, meaning we went to 450. So when you have utilization rates in the 60s, then you can quite quickly see where that's coming from. It's simply an oversupply situation. There are other markets that are fortress positions for certain companies. So Brazil, for example, there are a handful of companies out of Europe that have strong positions, long contracts, and have built up a certain expertise in that very difficult market. And as a consequence, they have been able to do very well in those markets. And there are others as well. Caspian is one where Topaz, the business I work for, have a very strong position simply because of very high barriers to entry that are physical in nature. The Caspian Sea is a lake, effectively, and it's very difficult to get boats in and out, and that lends itself to a very stable market, one that rides through the cycle quite nicely because contracts are long and cycles are long.
So we've obviously seen an oil price that's recovering-ish, at least. And a lot is being done in this region especially, and especially by the Kingdom, to keep that level of stability, or at least trying to engineer more stability in those prices. But we haven't, and there's talk about increases in exploration and production and increased spending, etc. We haven't seen a correspondent uptick in activity on the marine side coming quite yet. Are there other factors that are keeping this downturn going? Obviously, we've spoken about the oversupply and the need to potentially scrap some of this fleet. Are there more pressures on rates? Are all majors taking advantage of the situation and of the oversupply, trying to renegotiate existing contracts? Is it, I'm going to take care of my own and make sure I'm covered and still have that margin by squeezing further down the chain? Is all this, obviously it's not going to help, but is this what's keeping the market as depressed as it might be? Robert, last.
At least I can comment a little bit on that. For sure, the oil majors worldwide has taken advantage of this crisis, and on good and bad, I will have to say. Of course, they will take the advantage, but I also think that they have to keep in mind that they have a big responsibility as the oil majors, because what I think I start seeing from the shipyard perspective is that the ship owners are having less and less money to maintain their vessels, and if we go back in time, the offshore market was really the driver internationally for all kind of shipping for safety. That really was driven from the offshore sector and from the oil majors. And what I start to see now is that is going a little bit into a wrong track right now, simply because the ship owners has now been squeezed so much that they have to do whatever they do, they have to do the very cheapest way. And at the end of the day, that could easily have an effect on their safety standard and their quality level of the operations. Yeah. And that is, I think, should be a concern within the industry, that when the ship owners start operating with sometimes below their capex, that this is the risk for the industry in general, that we will have less quality, less safety. And that was really what this industry was known for in the early days, was a high level of safety. And I see that sliding at the moment, which I think is a consequence we have to be aware of and also take care of.
Yeah, I'd also echo Lars's comments on the rig side as well. We're seeing a trend at the moment with the jack-up rig owners or operators, because their day rates are so close to the overhead costs. They aren't going the extra mile with some of the upgrades and refurbishment work that they were traditionally doing. And they're also taking a view on whether to bring that asset into a shipyard or actually do some of the upgrade work and MRO work offshore. So the rig is continuing to work rather than coming into a shipyard. And if the crews can do that work offshore, then obviously the asset is still working and the operator's saving money. But that's not great for the industry, because then you're not going the extra mile with the upgrades and the MRO work. The operators or the oil majors would be stupid not to make the most of the depressed market, and but at the same time, is that to the detriment of safety, to quality, to technology? And maybe Robert, from an operator's perspective, would probably have more insight than we do as the shipyard, but I guess that's my view on the rig side as well.
The dynamic as described by my colleagues is absolutely right. The question is, so just to restate what that is effectively that day rates in the current climate globally, and certainly here as well, are today so low in some cases that it won't cover the cash cost of running a boat. And I know of examples where our peers have taken contracts that are below their cash cost. So what that means for someone who isn't following that specifically as we are, it means that you basically spend more by having a vessel on hire today than you get in terms of a day rate from your client, which means that you are actually better off putting that vessel in stack or in layup. Effectively, you're burning cash by doing work, which is economically indefensible. It can only make sense if you do it for a very, very short period of time between two other contracts or something like that. Now, when that starts happening on a larger scale by more of the players, then you do get a situation where people will run out of cash. They won't be able to pay their crews. They certainly won't be doing their maintenance. So that's reality. Now the question is, what happens as a consequence? And my opinion is that what needs to happen is that the oil companies that sit at the top of this, they need to let the free market sort itself out. Economic theory will dictate that once this situation becomes prevalent, then people will exit the market because they simply cannot make money being in that market. And as a consequence of that, supply dries up and prices start increasing. Now the problem with all of that is that it takes time to roll through, and there's a lot of pain for all of the stakeholders in the meantime. And those stakeholders are crews on board ships that aren't being paid or aren't being paid on time. Certainly the downstream suppliers of ship owners, like yards, will suffer because work isn't being done, class societies and so on. There's a lot of unfortunate short-term pain that needs to be gone through. But I think in a capital-intensive industry that is highly cyclical, this has happened before and it will happen again. The question, the interesting thing now is what will happen going forward, and will the industry learn and adapt to what has happened and the gravity of what has happened, or will it just allow the same cycle to come up again and then go down again? And that is where I think where a company that sits on the top of the food chain, like Aramco, like the big IOCs, have a role to play. Because what they have achieved in the cost of the supply chain is effectively they have compressed it. So when oil price was $120 a day, the oil companies was not making as much money as they're making today at $80, $60. And why is that? It's because they have compressed their cost of the supply chain by that much. So they can effectively generate a lot of cash flow at today's oil price levels. And that's obviously something that they want to keep going for the long term. And the challenge is then really for the offshore, the oil field services companies to adapt to that, to basically recognize that this is the new normal and we need to be able to make money in this kind of environment. That is a challenge, and that is a structural challenge that will require, it will require different ships, it will require different technologies to be able to operate more cheaply, and different strategies, business to business. But I think that is certainly our view, that the industry will not go back to frivolous spending and just getting first oil out of the ground at any cost. That's not coming back. There needs to be much more discipline, and there will be much more discipline from our customers, and we have to adapt accordingly.
And obviously there has been a lot of discipline at your level as well in trying to cut those costs to make sure that you can survive with those day rates. I mean, we've seen it in commercial shipping where, you know, OPEX numbers were inflated in a good market because you're still making a lot of money and you're not necessarily looking at the bottom line that carefully because you can afford to in some ways. What sort of exercises have you seen from an owner's perspective? Where can you really squeeze? I mean, you can't exactly reduce the crew. There's expenses that are just difficult to move. Where can you move the needle in this sort of market?
Well, actually the issue is the cost structure of an OSV company is very fixed. And why I say that is because a lot of the capital that goes into the business sits in the ships. The ships are therefore, when you procure them, they're locked in on your balance sheet at a carrying value. That's not changing. Then you have debt related to that, very likely. That is also a very difficult thing to change in the short term. That's something you can change over the long term, depending on the credit metrics of your business, your cash flow, how healthy it is, the banking relationships, bonds versus normal bank loans, etc., etc. So your variable components really sits in your OPEX and crew. So while you cannot reduce crew levels beyond minimum safe manning or whatever is applicable and enforced by regulation, you can reduce crew wages. And that's what's happened. And that's where the big chunk of the saving comes from. And that's why I say that it's unfortunate, because those are the guys that are price takers, that are doing a very important, sometimes dangerous job, and they're the ones that had to bear the brunt of all of this. Then, of course, any sound business will look at other efficiencies. Overhead has been chopped, consolidation of business units to derive scale benefits. There are a number of areas that any good business practice would dictate. But large, and that includes, by the way, how we work with our class societies, how much we spend on repair and maintenance, not only to Lars's point about not spending necessary, but spending smartly. What is it that really is excessive, and what really needs to be done, and can you do it better? Can you stay on the slipway in the yard for 15 days instead of 18 days? Those are very, very important things to keep in mind. Can you plan your dry docking 6 months in advance instead of just rocking up to the shipyard and handing over the ship, and then $2 million later you come out again? That there are better ways of doing that, and this crisis has forced those behaviors. And a lot of good has come from it, but I mean, it's not enough, effectively.
Lars?
Yeah, because as I said in the beginning, we are at the end of the food chain here, and of course when the ship owners try to save money, of course they also try to save money on the maintenance and the dockings. That's only natural. And we see it to a very large extent at the moment, even so going so far that we have seen offshore supply vessels going into dry dock, doing exactly what they needed to do to maintain their class certificate, but we undocked the vessel again without anti-fouling, for example, because the ship owner simply couldn't afford the anti-fouling, but he was forced to go in and renew his class certificate. So we see a lot of maintenance not being done, which actually should have been done. And that is, of course, affecting the reliability of the vessel when it's out in the field. And at the same time, we also see a tendency from the oil majors to keep the vessels in the field and operative as long time as possible, and trying sometimes to cut the maintenance days in the contract. So it is, at the end of the day, it is affecting the maintenance and the standard of the vessels.
And Lars, you obviously speak to a wide sort of gamut of players within the industry. Has there been sort of a complaint on, are the banks supportive, patient, driving the owners further down? Is there a bit, because obviously the banks have been taking a hit since 2008 on the commercial side, and many of these banks have books that span a variety of industries that have gone through a cyclical downturn, and a pretty heavy one at that, for a number of years now. Are the banks helping, making things worse, or is it a neutral from your conversations with?
No, I think in that respect I see it as more as a neutral than anything else. But it is the lack of maintenance is a major concern, and also the ship owners are trying somehow. How do we actually trying to finance their dockings? That's another way they are trying to do it at the moment. How do we finance the docking? Because we don't have the cash flow to pay. So that is another big issue we see at the moment. That is, how do we finance our dockings of the ships?
Because Robert, we've seen Topaz go through sort of getting new cash in, even during this downturn, in terms of your strength of your relationships with the banking community, and sort of your ways of looking at different sources of funds, etc., etc. How have your relationship banks been in terms of support in what is a very difficult market?
I think we've enjoyed broad support, and as you say, for example, refinanced a bond in 2017, which was difficult to do, but it got done. Our banks have been broadly supportive, but I think it's important to recognize the context in which they find themselves as well. While Topaz remains a financeable business, the broad peer set in the OSV industry, they're not. They simply don't generate enough cash to have visibility to repay interest and amortization payments. And in that sort of scenario, then the industry becomes unfinanceable. So how that works in the banks typically is that shipping desks get closed down, offshore is no longer a sector that you get involved with because of what's happening in the industry as a whole, not necessarily on a business-by-business basis. So in that context, I think our banks have been very supportive. But broadening the conversation beyond Topaz, the banks, the pain that I described earlier going through the system, behind all of that sits the banks that have funded this expansion. And they're the ones that have been faced with difficult decisions, because ultimately when it's this bad, the shareholders are no longer calling the shots, the banks are. And the banks have tended to take a hopeful view from 15 onwards that, okay, we're going to have a couple of rough years and we'll get through it. But a couple of rough years have extended to 3, and now we're going on 5 rough years, and they're sort of kicking the can down the road, which is I suppose, natural, has started to come to an end, whereas banks have reached the end of the rope and they have basically foreclosed on loans, they have seized assets and trying to redistribute them and effectively take the write-down on their books. That's now starting to happen. And that, I think, is, in a perverse way, good for the overall industry, because it ideally forces capacity out of the industry, and we have overcapacity. So that needs to happen. So basically, when they take the assets back from struggling owners and either resell them or consolidate them with other businesses, or indeed rationalize the portfolio that they've taken over, then we will see assets either going to secondary or tertiary markets to serve those, or get scrapped. And that's something that the industry desperately needs.
So we were talking sort of yesterday and today, so we're looking at data from 2018 saying there's 1,200 OSVs laid up in the market, in sort of the recent. In terms of walking down the road to recovery, what does the future look like? I mean, what is it? It must include the fleet size reducing. It's unlikely that we're going to see capacity come back to a point where those 1,200 vessels will come back into the market and more vessels will start getting built. Is it a case of some of the owners need to take their heads out of the sand and scrap the old tonnage? Is it a case of the IOCs and NOCs will insist on younger tonnage, more technology, more multi-purpose vessels, more flexibility? What, if using your sort of a bit of a crystal ball view 5 years from now, what does the market look like to you?
Well, first of all, those 1,200 vessels that are in layup, about 50% are more than 30 years old. So to be able to analyze that bulk of vessels in layup, you start looking by demographics, so age, relevance, technical qualifications, and so on, and the easy one is age. So 50% being very old should give you an idea that those aren't coming back. And why I can say that with confidence is that our customers are increasingly, as you say, enforcing age limits on contracts. So it's not unusual across the world to see at the end of a contract, or indeed at the beginning of a contract, that's short term, you can't have a vessel that's older than 15 years, for example. So that tells you why 30 years is a very reasonable cutoff for that reason. But even if that wasn't the case, the economics of reactivating a vessel is critical, because you need to be able to see that the $1 million or $2 million or $3 million that you need to spend on reactivating a boat can come back to you in one way or another. Otherwise, you're just throwing good money after bad. And that is the dynamic that a lot of owners will need to face. And you have to appreciate that in the highly regulated docking cycle of an OSV, if you keep a vessel on the side for 3 years, you have probably run through 2 of those cycles, an intermediate and a special survey, that have significant expenses related to them already, plus the wear and tear of systems not being online, and corrosion, and cold, and climate, and all the rest of it, humidity. So those bills really start racking up. But even if a vessel owner has the money to spend and wants to spend the money, believes that the market is coming back, if he wants to spend the money, he doesn't have it. Owners just aren't capitalized to sitting with cash waiting to be deployed to reactivate laid up assets, and no bank is going to give it to them either. So those dynamics really assist in pushing towards weeding out of that laid up fleet, and only the very best, newest, and relevant tonnage will come back into the market. But that's still hundreds of vessels, and that will still lay a wet blanket on recovery on the industry until we get to a much smaller number that are on layup, a much smaller number that sit in yards, China, and all that's been absorbed is a time where you can really start talking about rate recovery.
Lars, from your perspective, is the age of building these types of vessels on spec just, speculatively looking for buyers? That over? Is it coming back in the medium term? People will be willing to take a risk at some point.
Yeah. No. Well, the way I see it, let me just add a little bit to what Robert just said, is that when you lay up your vessel and you have it in layup for 3-4 years, the clock, you cannot stop the clock when you lay up your vessel. Normal tear and wear will still continue on the vessel. You are not having the running hours, that is correct, but that's the only thing you are missing. The day you put it back in operation, a lot of the small failures you would have had over the last 3-4 years, like leaking seals and shaft seals and all that stuff, they will come within the first month of your operation. So you have to be very careful when you reinstate your vessel into operation, because now you have finally got a contract for the vessel, and then you have a high risk that you have a lot of downtime in the first couple of months of your contract. So that is just a raised finger from my side, from the shipyard side. Be careful when you do it, because there is a high risk that all the small failures you didn't see over the last 3-4 years, they will come within the first couple of months of operation. Building on speculation, I'm coming from a group which are known for their building on speculation principles, and we have also in the past built PSVs on speculation. I can promise that is not happening at the moment, at least not the general PSVs, and I don't see that coming up for the next 3-4 years, to be honest. If you look at all the new vessels which are laying in China right now, which are for sale very cheaply, by the way, then it will not make any sense. What will make sense to build, and maybe also on speculation, is more specialized vessels. And especially when now we are in Saudi Arabia, and when we look at the Saudi market, there are actually a need for some specialized vessel. And here we are typically talking about OSV type vessel, but with a super shallow draft, for example. And that is a niche market at the moment, which are carrying quite high day rates in Saudi at the moment, day rates which normal OSV will never ever come close to. So there are still niche markets where I think you will see us being willing to invest on speculation as well. It's still there, but the general offshore PSV, small anchor handlers, no, I don't see that coming for the coming years.
So and Marcus touched upon it in an earlier session, we've seen an uptick of E&P investment globally in the region. How long does it generally take for that movement, or those FIDs, for the effect of that to start moving the needle in the marine offshore market? Robert, can we start with you?
It takes time. It takes at least 18 to 24 months. Typically, I mean, the cycle of discovering oil, assessing the commercial viability of the reserves, doing the FEED studies, and your development plan, and then starting procuring the long lead items, subsea trees, or whatever it is, FPSO, and that strategy putting into place because our work starts when activity happens offshore. What the engineering companies do in their offices don't really impact us. So if a company decides to start spending money today, by the time it actually hits us, 2 years easy. And it could well be much longer than that as well. If the whole cycle that I just described is much more than 2 years, that could easily be 5 years and more.
So from your perspective, you haven't started seeing the needle moving as a result of, the press reports of increased spending in the second half of 2018, the expected spending in 2019?
No, I mean, I think, as I said, in Saudi Arabia and in the GCC, spend is happening. So we haven't really seen that from a demand perspective, that it's been a tremendous slowdown. Internationally, we don't see any sharp recovery across the board. We are in Caspian, we're in the Middle East, we're in North Sea and Africa, and there's certainly an improvement. There's no doubt about that. But to say that we are seeing a sharp improvement coming in the near term as a consequence of additional capex globally, no, not at all. I mean, I think someone said, Marcus said, that the increased spend from Chevron, Exxon, and BP and so on, that's all over the world. It sounds like big numbers, but 50% of that is onshore shale in the US, it does, again, very little impact on us. It needs to be quite targeted and quite precise, and once it gets announced in the newspaper, that's not really the link, I think.
And Lars, from your perspective, when can I ask you how the market is and see a smile? When do you predict that happening?
When it's
not
coming
happening
back
right now.
If you had asked me last year, I would have said I was hoping for 2021. But I'm a little bit more pessimistic, so 2022 is the best case as I see.
So it's a long road to recover.
It's a long road, yes, absolutely.
Julian, you've been quite quiet that end. We talked in advance, and first and foremost, thank you very much for stepping in. Julian literally stepped in yesterday, the day before yesterday, to fill the gap. So I'm not going to put you on the spot, but we talked about sort of rig fundamentals being relatively similar to the fundamentals of the OSV market, and obviously there is an oversupply on the jackup side, even in the rig market. What is sort of IMI's outlook for the rig market? Obviously you've got Saudi Aramco as an anchor here, that is, as Robert said, still spending.
Yeah, I think the rigs, the utilisation rates for rigs is not as bad as it is for OSVs, for sure. And the Middle East is as good as it gets. I think at the moment, 2019, you're probably looking at 77, 78% utilisation here in the Middle East. Globally, it's probably 70, 71%. IMI is unique in some respects because of the offtake agreement we have with Arrow, or Aramco and Rowan. So obviously the new build work, we have opportunity to build 2 rigs a year for the next 10 years, which is great. There'll be no other shipyard in the world that's got that type of order. And obviously there's a commitment from Arrow to give us their refurbishment work. So on the rig side, we fill, let's say, 40 or 50% of our capacity because of the fortunate position we're in having a partner such as Aramco. I think what we do notice in the market in general is that and Robert sort of touched on it, and again it's a bigger issue in the OSV market, is that I think we just need to wake up to the reality that there's a lot of assets out there that just need to be scrapped, because the utilisation rate is clouding the judgment of ultimately the oil majors in terms of what they can get the operators to charge as day rates, which again is having a detrimental effect on all of the supply chain. And Lars talks about us being at the bottom of that supply chain, and what we're seeing with rigs is again that the rig owners are really trying to not take that asset out of use. So they'd rather try and do sort of must-have upgrades offshore than bringing them in for nice-to-have upgrades into an actual shipyard, which obviously it's not traditionally what the market's been. So we're seeing a lot more of the offshore upgrades and work required. Look, I think certainly if we're talking closer to home, talking about Saudi Arabia, again, Lars has touched on it. I think there is a gap for something unique, something that offers this market something that is not out there. And we talk about ultra shallow draft, you talk about technology, and I know that that's where we see there being an opportunity to design something that's ultra shallow draft. Ultimately our end client will be Aramco. I know that's something that they're looking at, rather than current assets that are 30 years old that are, been there, done it, got the t-shirt kind of thing. So I don't think the rig market is in as bad a position as the OSV market, but there's definitely some correlations between the two. IMI is, again, a little bit unique in the fact that we're given this captive audience in Aramco. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I think if you talk about, I think if we can scrap some of the older rigs and start to bring the utilisation rates back to a slightly normal level, then I think the day rates will start to go up. That in turn will bring a bit more confidence into the market. The operators can spend a bit more money. The shipyards will be a bit busier. I know Aramco's plan is to try and grow their rig fleet, which is great for Saudi Arabia. Utilization rates in the Middle East are better than anywhere else in the world by coming up for 10%. So the rig side is we're not out of the woods yet for sure, but I don't think we're in as bad a position as the OSV market is. But it's interesting to hear the comments of the guys here, because obviously in IMI, one of our zones is OSVs, and we've got to do a lot of OSV work in those zones to obviously fill that zone. So I don't think we're going to be getting too much new build work anytime soon. I hope we can leverage the relationship we have with Aramco to look at some of those 350 odd OSVs that are working for Aramco at the moment. But again, we'll have to be competitive. You know, we have to compete against the other yards in Saudi, in the Middle East, and in Europe and Asia. So.
I mean, one of the interesting things, just sticking to the rig market, and I'd like the opinions of everyone in the panel. So Basso, in part of their sort of analytics in, I'd say, August, September 2018, ended one of their analyses on the rig market, saying the idea of a race to acquire new jackups would have sounded ridiculous 2 years ago. It doesn't now, on the basis that they expect utilization rates to go up to the sort of 85% magic number, at which point they're predicting day rates to double.
Yeah.
Is that an analyst looking at numbers on papers and extrapolating theory, or is that something you could actually see happening over the next 2 to 4 years?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bold move. It's a smart. If you look at Borr Drilling's strategy has been exactly that. You know, they've gone and acquired assets at a good price, and I'm guessing, you know, they're hoping that there is an uptick in the market. They have the assets, they've bought them at a cheap cost, and the market picks up, and they're ready to pounce. What we're seeing as well is obviously there is assets that are sitting, for example, in China, that can be bought, you know, at a reduced rate. Those rigs can then be reactivated. If they're being bought to the Middle East or Saudi Arabia and working for Aramco, obviously they need to have the Schedule G requirements to work here. But if you look at the overall strategy of doing something like that, it's probably cheaper to do that than it is to build a rig from brand new. So clearly there is, I think, you know, we talk to a lot of operators, and that is a strategy that certainly I think that some of the players are looking at. The other thing, of course, is consolidation, and some of the companies that are joining forces. You know, and I was talking to Rob about that before we came to this Q&A session. That could be good for the market because it reduces the number of competitors, and therefore, you know, there's less fighting over, you know, companies that want to get assets working. But I think that strategy will only be good for the market if the consolidation means the scrapping of rigs, and they actually wake up to the fact that some of these rigs need to be scrapped. If they sit there and bury their heads in the sand and say, look, we've consolidated as a company, you had 10 rigs, we had 10 rigs, we've now got 20, we're in no different situation really. What needs to happen is the consolidation. They need to look at the older rigs and say, look, let's just accept that that rig is not going back to work. It improves the utilization rates, which again has an impact on the day rates. So I think there has to be some fundamental changes for sure. But like, as I say, the rig side I think is not as extreme as the OSV side. I don't know if you guys.
There are a couple of things that are fundamental things that make rigs and OSV slightly different. One is fragmentation. So in the OSV market, total global supply, 70% of that is held by small operators, 400 small operators operating something like 6 vessels on average. So that's a little bit different to the rig market. You have big chunky operators dominating a big part of the supply in the rig market. The other one is the cost of entry into that market. I mean, rigs can cost hundreds of millions of dollars the best of times, now a little bit cheaper, but OSVs, the bar of entry isn't that high. So the dynamics are slightly different, and I think those are part of the reasons why the rig market is potentially doing a little bit better and perhaps has prospects that are slightly stronger as well. I don't think that's a given, but let's say that we believe the analysts. the move that Bor has made, basically raising funds in an absolutely terrible market and procuring the best assets at the cheapest prices, makes sense because you're simply going to be able to compete with the guys that are owning them at the historical prices, and your cost of entry is fantastic, and if the market comes back, then you're the cheapest guy. So it makes sense. It does require some recovery of the market. They're still losing money, by the way, as we are today, but of course they're taking the long view. So if the market recovers as the analysts believe, then in 3 years they'll be minting it. The guys that have been in the market for a long time are not in such a luxurious position. They need more to happen in the market to be able to be profitable.
What about on the OSV side? Is this the time to buy if you have the cash, or is it hold on and wait? Are there vessels out there that you can sort of tweak at not much of a cost and hopefully take a long view? Or are there people who can afford to take a long view?
There are a handful of companies out there that are now in a position to acquire assets. And in fact, we have seen in the market in 2018 that there are a few American businesses that have acquired quite aggressively in China. They've picked up the best tonnage at the best deals, very flexible deals, very good boats. Obviously with the view that the OSV market isn't dead forever, it's going to come back, and they're picking up assets at good levels, and they are capitalized to do that. So is that a good idea or not? Well, there are certain markets that are growing today. Nigeria is a good example. A very, very difficult market to operate in for multitude of reasons, but it is a buoyant market, and rates are going up. Industry demand is going up, and if you're good at it, you can make money on today's vessel prices. Cost of acquisition of assets is such that you can go there and make money. So if you have access to the right contracts and clients, then it can make sense to acquire assets. Wholesale acquisitions of businesses and fleets is fraught with danger, and it basically is a bet on market recovery and timing and how much access you have to capital. So from our perspective, we have been extremely selective in our asset expansion in the last 3 years, and we have only really acquired assets that are quite specialized, like subsea construction assets in certain segments, and vessels that have a higher likelihood of finding contracts directly, either in Nigeria or in some cases here in Saudi Arabia. And some of those we have had sort of options for from before the crisis. So I think the vast majority of OSV companies aren't likely to be buying much by way of assets now, but there are those that are opportunistically looking at it.
And one final topic before we sort of open the floor to questions. We've spoken about a number of assets being quite old, and obviously if there's 30-year-old OSVs, 30 years plus, they've been supporting offshore activity that has been around for that amount of time. And there was an interesting analysis prepared by BCG saying that the Arabian Gulf should, over the next 10 to 15 years, become a hotspot for decommissioning, with in excess of 1,000 offshore platforms reaching the 30-year mark, about 3,000 wells needing to be plugged. Is that a market that you believe will get a lot of attention? It's starting to get some attention in the North Sea. There is some limited activity. We're seeing some activity in the Gulf. Is that the next thing for possibly 5-10 years down the line? Because it's highly unlikely that we can just leave those assets out on the water ad infinitum. It's just not. It's going to become a maze to navigate through them if we just keep building new ones and leave the old ones there. Any thoughts before I put you to the test of our audience with questions?
at least I can start with a general view, and the general view from my side is that recycling or scrapping, whatever we like to call it, most people like to call it recycling. That sounds nicer than scrapping. We really doesn't have any real facilities in the Gulf for recycling. Whenever you want to do something, you have to go to either Pakistan or India as the nearest. And I think something will have to come up in the Gulf for recycling in the coming years. The potential, as you are saying, with oil rigs and also vessels is simply too high. And it will not make sense to throw everything to India and Pakistan. So I think there is a business possibility, and it should come up somewhere in the Gulf. We need it as I see it.
Yeah, I agree. And I think there was a question asked in the first session this morning about scrapping, and I think you've just obviously got to look at the commercial viability of doing it. And I think, I don't know what the rate is at the moment, about $400 a ton, I think, at the moment to scrap. And again, it's just, do you have the facilities? Is it commercially viable? I don't think it's prevalent here, as Lars says, in the Middle East at the moment.
So I think the possibilities are there.
Oh, yeah.
This should come up in the Gulf, honestly. And I could think that IMI could be a good place to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously, you're looking at sort of the platforms and the well pluggings, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of work that needs to be done offshore as well to take away those platforms that are sort of more permanent and basically putting them or cutting them up either on the spot, putting them on a heavy lift, doing something that you look at some of the installations in the North Sea and some of the massive installations and the level of complexity that is taken to sort of reverse engineer what was built into sort of, because a lot of these things get designed with a view to putting them there, but not a huge amount of thought has gone into, how do we, this isn't a Lego set, how do we take it apart, is not that easy. Is this supporting that kind of activity? Is this something that you could see the OSV market getting into? Because obviously there is going to need to be that level of ecosystem around that sort of arrangement once momentum starts building. So that potentially could take up. It's another sort of vertical potentially for a regional fleet that just hasn't been seen here before.
There are OSV companies that have targeted that segment specifically in the North Sea, banking on regulation forcing increased rates of decommissioning of rigs. It has merit. I happen to hold the belief that it will be a lot slower than perhaps people are banking on. And if you're talking about regionally, then I think regulation is what's going to need to drive that market. Once it's there, yes, absolutely. There will need to be a lot of general offshore supply to support that. There will need to be specialized ships to do the work. There will need to be barging and heavy lifting and the facilities to take care of onshore as well. I do think it will need regulation to catalyze that trend. And I have not seen much happening so far. So it won't save us this time around. Maybe the next crisis.
Possibly.
But in general, I think we have you will see that we will have to change our mindset about scrapping and recycling in the coming years. It is going to be a more upscale business than it has been in the past, let's say it like that, because I think it has been at the very, very low end, and I think we will see the technology will move it up the scale, so it's actually getting more attractive to do.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We've got 10-15 minutes for questions. If anyone would like to ask questions to any of our panel, we've got mics, I believe, floating around. Excellent. We've got the first hand up here in the front. We possibly get a mic there? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed, and I work at the first crowdfunding platform in the kingdom. Now, in terms of, obviously, maritime is a new subject for me, and I have, as most of my background in investment, we have investment in all industry, but ships and vessels. Now, my question is, as we are a fintech company, how do you see? You've mentioned something about bank financing and stepping in for especially the laid up vessels. How do you see, is there a way or a novel way that fintech industry can step in? See, for example, in real estate, they have created REITs where it's a way of inclusion. So is there a way to include the crowd in financing these laid up vessels or to play a role in this industry in general? I hope it makes sense.
Anyone want to take
You were a
this?
little bit in and out in the sound there. Did you say crowd financing?
Crowdfunding, yes.
Okay. I have never thought of that, to be very honest with you. I think maritime financing is relatively well-regulated, standard kind of documentation that you would use as a bank, and there's quite specialized expertise in how it's done. Tenor is typically long because vessels live for a long time, so you try and match as much as possible. And I'm guessing those are factors that may not suit crowdfunding because you have a certain duration that you need to stick to. Not that I know anything about it, really.
Not necessarily. I mean, in terms of, let's say, equity crowdfunding, the time horizon can be up to 8, 10, 20 years. So time horizon is not really a factor. But you spoke about risk, and banks are not stepping in. So if you were to distribute the risk among thousands and thousands of people, now it is feasible. So each person will pay, let's say, 1,000, and they would eventually. So if each person, 1,000 person, put 1,000, this is $1 million, for example. So so a lot of distribution of risk that's going on. So to me, I don't mind paying or investing 1,000 for 10 years or anything like this. So it is not a large amount of money that the bank would put in. So the risk is greatly distributed among 31 million Saudi, for example. So that's
look. I mean, I think it's a really good idea. There are analogous examples from the past from Europe with, I think they're called KG funds and things like that from Germany and Norway, where dentists and lawyers pool their capital and buy ships speculatively. And unfortunately, in some of those cases, it's gone pretty bad, and they've lost a lot of their savings as a consequence because they came into the market at the wrong time. But of course, there are examples of the exact opposite as well, where people make 300% of 1,000% because they got in at the right time. So I don't necessarily think that there's anything preventing that from happening. I think it may well be a great opportunity for companies like ours and banks to solicit that interest and cultivate it.
I mean, is there what would be the best way to do it?
I mean, there are, if I can take over as a lawyer who does some finance, there are crowdfunding platforms in shipping, in maritime at the moment. Yield Street is one example that's dabbling in maritime from the US, getting deals from Greece, etc., in commercial shipping. And as with any financial investment, whether you crowdfund or whether you go with an institutional bank, it's the value of that individual project. Now, if you go to a credit committee, because again, the institution that funds is also putting its reputation on the line for every single project, and therefore you need to be very, very selective. Returns are quite high. Obviously, if you're looking at Yield Street, the average commercial shipping project on Yield Street is delivering at between 9 and 12% return, which is quite high for your conventional debt in maritime, and therefore you may not find a huge amount of takers that have the cash flow to support it. But it's very much pick your niche, pick your project, pick the operator. It's not there's a vessel that's laid up that's worth $1 million. Let's chuck it in and see where it goes. I mean, the market is very, very volatile. So it's very much depending on the skill set of the individuals to pick the right project and to pick the right customer as well, and then going out to market and looking at it. I mean, a fund like Yield Street is limited to US qualified investors, has a minimum capacity of $10,000 on some investments, $20,000 on some others. So the platform is there, the technology is there. We've started to see also blockchain being used to crowdfund. So there was a startup, I believe, based in India with an operation in Singapore that was looking at tokenizing shipping and tokenizing crowdfunding in order to then invest in shipping. But ultimately, your return will be very much project related, and it's the value of the vessel, what you get it at, what you fund at, and obviously, someone like Marcus is a perfect example of someone who's invested in shipping for 30, 40 years, knows the market intimately. Tufton are very picky in the projects they select, because ultimately it's their reputation when going out and raising capital and investing that, and so it's very much a tread with caution. The normal banks can't front a crowdfunding environment. It's just too too complicated for them to manage. When you have syndicates of 10, 15, 20 banks, that's already quite complicated.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing with stock market. I mean, in a given company, you have thousands and thousands of
Absolutely.
people, and I think this is the misconception that people have, that crowdfunding is, you have loads of people that not qualified, they'll come to your office and knock on your door and say...
No, absolutely.
But what I mean is also in working capital, there's a lot of platforms that can provide the working capital for ships. So I think now we are in a phase of democratization of financial system. The crowd are stepping in. There's a lot of investment, and you can leverage this. And we are actually exploring a way of getting into this business. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Marcus, we've got someone you need to speak to by the end of this session. See the Congress making business happen.
I can see Marcus smiling from here.
Any other questions? I know what's keeping you from lunch. But, yep, we've got a question back there.
Hello guys, I'm wondering about a new chance for a new company logistic regarding to your speech about the ecosystem Gulf. And I heard you mention Pakistan and China for the logistics. So what is the feature of the new feature logistic?
I'm not sure I understood that. Could you repeat your question?
Yes. First of all, what is the new feature for a new company logistic?
What's the future for new companies entering the market? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Robert, if you were moving into an OSV, if you had an ambition to become an OSV operator in this market, or hopefully in the coming years, what would you look at?
Very good question. I think so. There are two possible models. One is the one that we have discussed at length today, which is effectively looking at the market as at an inflection point, suggesting asset prices are at an all-time low. This is a good time to buy a boat. If you have $25 million lying around, then you pick up maybe 5 boats, which would have cost you for 1 boat in the past. Great, you're in a good spot. Then you need to organize yourself, have the operating capabilities, crewing, pre-qualify with the oil operators, and all of that is quite operational, and you can do that in a year or so, and you're up and running. But I think the more interesting part is thinking about how offshore is changing and what the future will likely hold. And will we even be operating the same type of vessels 5-10 years from now? What will an Aramco look for in terms of marine supply going forward? That would be much more interesting if you start with zero. So the answer, in my opinion, lies first of all in the IT infrastructure and the use of data to optimize the ecosystem offshore. There's a lot of inefficiency in the offshore system today, because there's a lot of players and there's a lot of rigs and vessels are moving around doing all kinds of things, typically geared around serving one offshore installation one by one, instead of looking at the network as a whole. There's a lot of opportunity that comes from that, and that's what we're looking to tap into. Routing optimization, fuel efficiency, how you stow the vessel, trim, so many aspects that are geared towards driving cost down for the ultimate client. Be that fuel savings, be it less demand for vessels because you can do it more optimally, more efficiently. I think that's where the future is, and that's where I would spend my money on.
Okay, thank you so much.
We have a question back there. Yep, the mic's right behind you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Tariq bin Salama from Bank al-Bilad, corporate division. My question is to Mr. Jolian regarding IMI initiative. We know that it is still in startup phase. Could you please elaborate on the expected timeline for banks to participate in funding the early stage of the initiative? And I apologize because I joined a little bit late. If you have tackled that already, please accept my apologies. The second part of my question is regarding a concept that we have embraced in Bank al-Bilad, which is supply chain financing, whereby we finance your contractors before they get reimbursed from your side. How do you think this concept being implemented in your case? Thank you very much.
I'm no finance expert, so it might be more prevalent for me to put you in touch with our CFO, Hani Mohammed. I think obviously the subject of financing is cropped up quite a bit, and we all know, what benefits there are with the correct financing globally in the shipping industry, the maritime industry, and Saudi Arabia obviously needs to try and step up in that regard. So I think IMI certainly has a strategy to look at one of the pillars of our strategy is to look at financing. I know that our financial team are working with the banks. I think in terms of the second part of the question, I mean, clearly Robert might be in a better position to answer that from an operator's perspective. If IMI was to offer, terms for the operators, I'm sure we would become a more appealing proposition for companies like Topaz, for example.
It's a big part of it. I mean, it would be akin to export credit agency financing that we enjoy from Norwegian yards, for example. So basically, the yard's value proposition is underpinned by the government of Norway assisting in securing the loan or guaranteeing the loan from the commercial bank. So that's a part and parcel of the standard shipbuilding package.
Correct.
And yes, absolutely, that is a tremendously helpful feature.
Yeah.
Because financing, as we know, both for the yard itself and for the ship owner is a absolute necessity for expanding our fleets and for shipyards to get business effectively.
Yeah. And also, if we're looking at the supply chain generally, and you mentioned building that ecosystem around the yard. If you're looking at a yard that can, in order to attract more business to the region, provide partners or a choice of partners that can come help with setup financing, working capital financing, factoring on long-term contracts or receivables financing. That's obviously something that's going to make the region much more attractive.
For sure.
Make the setup a much more strong proposition for people entering the kingdom, with not only the ability to leverage IMI and the facility, but also the ability to leverage IMI and its partners, which then come and help to a sort of holistic setup solution.
For sure, yeah. I mean, we as I said in the presentation, I think in the session, not just before this, but the one before, when we're talking about IMI and like building an ecosystem. And if you look at, there's 6 strategic cornerstones that we need to focus on in order to build a sustainable industry in Saudi Arabia. Because although we're talking about IMI in the shipyard, I think anyone involved with IMI is thinking bigger than that. It's thinking about how to support the industry. And one of the strategic cornerstones is financing. So I know it's something that the board have asked us to look at. I know it's something that the finance team are looking at. And I'd love to catch up afterwards and exchange a couple of business cards and put you in touch with the right people in IMI to discuss it further. And I think just touching on your point, the other strategic cornerstones that are required in IMI, things like the offshore supply chain cluster, the training, being associated with a company like Bahri, who are the national shipping champion of Saudi Arabia. Like, it's critical that, and you look at how industries have sprung up in other parts of the world, they don't just look at a shipyard or one factor within the industry, they look at the whole ecosystem around it. Financing is a big part of that. So it'd be great to catch up afterwards and have a chat.
Okay. Thank you, David. Thank you for the panelists as well. Thank you very much for joining us in this very interesting panel. Before we close the conference element of the second day Maritime Congress and head over for lunch, networking and some time on the exhibition floor, getting to know the world-class service providers on display, I'd like to welcome Sea Trade Chairman Mr. Chris Heyman to draw the conclusion from the conference program.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I'd like to reiterate what has just been said by our MC. Many thanks to David and this great panel, and especially a special mention for Julian having doubled up doing 2 sessions this morning. I think they did a really great job, so many thanks. Now, we've come to the end of the second Saudi Maritime Congress, and the suggestion was that I should provide some conclusions. I'm guessing that the mood in the room would be against me delivering a 10-minute speech at this stage. I think you're all ready for lunch, and I certainly am too. But I would like to say something about what we can all take away, I think, from this event. I think it's clear that the Kingdom is embarking on a long and very exciting journey to meet the objectives of Vision 2030. And if you look back to pretty much every one of the sessions, including this one, there are some really exciting challenges and opportunities ahead for the maritime and logistics sector to embrace. And Sea Trade's relationship with Saudi Arabia began 4 years ago, as you heard, in Dammam, when we organized the first of these events. And we certainly want to continue to participate in this process. So I am delighted to announce today that we will be back with the 3rd Saudi Maritime Congress, and it will take place in March of next year in the great city, port city of Dammam. So I hope very much that most all of you will be able to join us there. I'd secondly like to say a special word of thanks to all of the organizations that have supported this event so immensely well. I'd like to single out, obviously, Mawani and Bahri, the 2 very big supporters who, from president and CEO downwards, have offered tremendous advice, support, and have worked tirelessly to make this event a success. So a very big, warm thank you to them for that. I'd like to thank also the other sponsors of this event for their contributions. We've recognized them over the last 2 days, and we'll do so again. I'd like to thank the exhibitors, you as delegates for participating, and as visitors and active interlocutors in the conference sessions. I mean, really, the sessions, I think, have all been interactive and interesting, and the quality of the questions from the floor has really been outstanding. So I think from the point of view of the panelists and speakers, that has really made it an exciting experience. So I'd like to thank also our MC and for all of those who've been working in the background, the translators, and those who've managed to make the operations run as smoothly as I think you will agree they have. And it remains for me to thank you all for your support of this event and to say how much we look forward to working with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and this industry sector here in achieving your objectives. And we look forward to seeing you in a year's time in the great city of Dammam. Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, nothing to be said after the conclusion remark of Mr. Heyman, but we have a very entertaining segment, very short entertainment segment by Mr. Mohammed Othman, one of the interpreters.
Without introduction, I come to the last part to say what comes last comes, best. So with this performance, the Royal Anthem of Saudi Arabia, the best, what we can really come to the concluding part of this great Congress. Thank you very much.